If it's still in the same place, inside, down the ramp, right-hand side. Reliance right across the way, so just follow me and I can point you in the right direction.
I'm not happy about this. I spent a lot of time wandering the galaxy by myself. There was nothing holding me down after the Red Devils were disbanded.
We needed to warn you off. Every encounter with one of our kind could spell disaster.
The best ones certainly do. But as far as we know, no one's ever intentionally spread terramorphs. Yet somehow, they follow us.
Here, for your fuel. And remember to tell Jacob this sample came from Tau Ceti 2. And that Hadrian says, you are missed.
Left us wondering. Any conjectures on why Orlays might have committed the attacks? Or what he was doing with the Lazarus plant?
That's definitely not what I thought I was signing you up for, but thank you.
Oh, the captain? Yes, ma'am. Couldn't do this without him. Hit the deck! Track him down. Get him to verify that sample's as bad as I think it is. And I'll join you on Mars. Oh my god. The heat leeches are terramorphs. Shit. These things, they're all dominated. Clean them out and keep an eye out for the morph controlling them.
Akiranta Mugbo, Captain.
Go there, refuel on my dime, have him analyze the sample. I should be able to meet you there by the time he's finished.
Now, I've just known whole Marine squads who couldn't take down a terramorph. To do it yourself? That's something else.
So you keep mentioning. And it's not getting funnier. Tau Ceti, though, it's too young to have a native population. It's only been colonized 20 years? Of course. Take all the time you need. I can help carry some things if you need it. Well, a couple reasons. Count me in. You're right. We'll tell the cabinet. Nobody else needs to get hurt.
You met my father and didn't think to tell me he was alive? What the hell is wrong with you?
Damn!
You're the only other person in the settled systems who knows the gravity of what we're facing. But before I go begging you for more help, I want to make sure you understand what I'm asking here. I hadn't realized New Atlantis established a clown academy while I was gone. I bet your parents are so proud.
My purpose is higher than myself, something you do not seem to understand.
They have. They even took down an entire city once. A place called Londinian had to be quarantined due to a massive outbreak during the Colony War. Shaping up to be a worse scrap than the one on Tau Ceti. But we're not without resources. This plant, it's got an automated security system.
We repaired the damaged weapon.
No, I encountered it long after the Xenowarfare Division was shuttered. I was just there to observe. You're really something else. Not here, I don't want to cause any alarm. They are, roger that.
That's good to hear.
I'm sure it's nothing. The sergeant's right, we just happened to be in the right place at the right time. No, Lazarus plant can't grow anywhere but here, let alone blossom. People have tried. What we just saw must be some kind of alternate growth method. Isn't that right, Captain? Then we've got our answer. Nero was destination #1 for xenoweapons during the war. But at least we can tell the cabinet. Ensure he doesn't hurt anyone else, ever again. Always good to have you on site, Captain. I've found something for you. Find out how humanity spread them and put an end to the terramorph problem definitively. Almost 20 years? But it felt longer.
But these cells are young, almost completely unblemished. I guess terramorph just materialized out of thin air.
Vanguard, huh? Yeah, I expect they didn't.
Sounds like he went missing a few months back. Doc suggested we canvass some of the old Red Devils vets.
Percival, Captain, let's discuss. That appears to be the case, ma'am. The captain tracked that information down just after our trip to Londinian. But some members of the cabinet, they see us as reminders of a past they'd rather pretend doesn't exist. Captain, surprised to see you already. Everything taken care of with Deputy McIntyre? Then let's get back to the plant and find our next target. But if he wants to lose one of his best scientists to field work, that's on him. We'll see how long he lasts without me.
Because I need a tissue sample to figure out how exactly this thing got here. And I know at this point, it's not giving one up while it's alive.
If we can get their support, we can get all our old Terramorph research out of the Armistice archives. I'd like that. Take care.
So you saw it then, this Terramorph.
Captain, we need to get these samples back to the lab. Ensure we'll be able to handle cleaning up the leeches as well as the terramorphs.
Heat leeches hide out in ships, sneak away after landing, and then, with time, they transform.
Let's get this over with!
But you're right. I'd be nowhere without you.
The Red Devils unit I was a part of, they were founded by recruits who'd worked some of Mars' deepest mines. Folks used to adversity. Expert backup, huh? Sounds like Percival's just trying to get me out of his hair. I don't know about this. Leaving the TMD is a big decision. No, your intuition was spot on. Now we just have to figure out what he knew. I'll head out soon. I just need to talk to Percival before I go. He's gonna get an earful for arranging this without talking to me about it first.
Okay, I can work with this.
See you later. As much as I'd love to, I've got a lot of work ahead of me on the TMD. You're right. We don't have enough information. Yes, our evidence is limited. Take good care of it. That kind of thing can be useful. Oh, okay. If you want to. Good. Once I see the connection reset, I'll get things underway on my end. I patched myself into a terminal on the roof, so I can give you cover from there. Try it now! Clear it with your boss, or commander, or whoever it is that actually sent you here. Captain, do you understand what it is we just stumbled on here? I was trying to get a tissue sample from the thing to confirm, but got myself torn up in the process. To get my sample, I'm gonna need a terramorph corpse. I suppose it does. He and I, along with our xeno-warfare team, researched, bred, and trained aliens from all over the universe to fight alongside our fellow Marines in battle. My hope is I'm just overanalyzing all this. All the opportunities I got, and all the scorn I've received, they were thanks to him. Agreed. That seems like quite the stretch. You and me both, Captain.
Stubborn.
So any questions, concerns, anything at all giving you pause?
Another version of you I have misjudged. Very well.
Percival just can't help meddling, can he? I can't just pick up and leave the TMD. That's a huge decision.
I see so much of the person I knew in you as well.
I get this wasn't the plan, but it's important. If you're heading back to New Atlantis, it won't even be out of your way.
A lot of life gets recorded in our cells. I really appreciate you saying that. I just thought you deserved to know, considering how much you've done already. Staying here probably isn't the best idea. You're positive? Thanks so much. It's a bit more complicated than that. Wait, you don't mean... Glad you're back in one piece. You can take this. I have more than enough. Thanks to what you and I have done, I have a place again. A purpose. But it's finally one I can be proud of. Captain, we looked at the options. At the scale we'll be operating at here, these two are among the only ones we think could work. Our xenoweapons group never dealt with anything like this, though they probably would have liked to. No, whoever found this, they likely never expected they'd get caught. There's a place called the Sixth Circle in Sidonia, a bar run by some old friends. Once I'm all set, you can find me there. But if they share a genome, like most nymphs and adults do, the microbe should have no problem finding both heat leeches and terramorphs. Both of you, follow me. There is that. When it counts, they'll do the right thing. Eventually. Then we can start reassembling our field team and come up with a defense. We don't. UC Brass wanted us focusing on weaponizing the adults, not where those adults came from.
If there's even a chance terramorphs could start instantly maturing like this one did, or like the ones that destroyed Londinian.
Everyone is affected differently. But for some, well, they'll make you believe everyone around you is trying to kill you, your family, children you don't even have. So I guess that gives us our final answer. Nothing left to do but head in and see what the cabinet thinks of it all. Either he's there and Ve Victus is actually on our side. The Archives. It's a secure facility tasked with protecting research that was banned after the colony war ended. That's my father he's addressing. He was here? Didn't think he'd have the guts to look those soldiers in the eye before blowing this place to pieces.
And you've known that, what, all this time? And decided now was the time to bring it up?
I'm at a loss for other options. I know it's a lot to ask, but would you help us?
Hey, don't get bashful on me now. I'm not suggesting. It's documented behavior. Now, where exactly is the old machine? Words can't do justice to how grateful I am for that. You mean a dead man executed for war crimes lying? I certainly wouldn't put it past him. Which is why I'd like to know how he claims he tracked them down. Geophagic creatures would be right at home in this area.
If you get affected, you just need to stay sharp, verify your target before firing, and you should be fine.
Weapon repairs complete.
He must be defeated. Think of all the versions of you and your friends across the multiverse he has killed.
I suppose that's a fair comparison. Except that this time, we'd be protecting human lives, not ending them. Neon and New Atlantis strike me as two sides of the same coin. Best idea we've got at the moment. This might be our last opportunity to talk things through before the cabinet weighs in on a decision regarding the Terramorphs. You two are sure about this?
Don't get bashful on me now.
Well, that's about the best news I've had all day. But before you commit, I want to make sure you know the whole story. I patched myself in through a terminal on the roof. So, as soon as that security connection's reset, I can start getting things back online. Well, at least he won't be able to hurt anybody else now. Might be the best we could ask for, given the circumstances.
Enemies down!
My God. Look at it. A Lazarus cluster in bloom. You know, we might be some of the only. So what do we got here? Too clean to be one of the settlers. Or a pirate. You see on patrol, maybe? Yeah, make my day if you said you were a shock trooper out for a stroll. Yeah, we noticed.
Wait. You knew he was alive and didn't tell us?
Well, I've just spent a lot of my life in pursuit of the truth. You telling me about Victus, even when you didn't have to. It means a lot. It's been an honor, Captain. Good luck out there.
I would like to think the chief diplomat is savvy enough to realize that he's addressing my father right now. He's dealing with me.
And make sure you leave enough of that thing for us to get a sample. A few of my siblings, they passed when we were young. Training accidents and the like. Because confronting him, what would I have gained from that? From letting him remind me I can never truly be rid of him. Nothing.
Got me!
It's not in my nature to say no when someone asks for help. Especially not a friend. But we think we found a lead. One place in the known galaxy where we know we should be able to find all the materials we need.
Not where everyone can hear.
And what we just saw, it's the answer to how something as big as a terramorph has been spreading between worlds for decades without anyone realizing it.
But I've got a few credits I could see transferring to you for your services.
Oh, the captain? Yes, ma'am. Couldn't do this without them.
Why would you keep something like that from me? I thought we respected each other more than that. Let's keep this quick. Someone might recognize me. Just the way things are sometimes. It's good to be back.
See you, Captain. How is that even possible?
But that means if anyone knew about this, they could trigger a terramorph spawning.
Terramorphs only appear on human-settled worlds, but usually decades, even a century after people have set up shop.
Find some cover and take it down!
This environment seems hospitable enough to support life. But all you can really do is answer their questions honestly. You're the one who killed the Terramorph. You're not somehow colluding with Percival and I. But if he's looking to help us now... Did he say why? No, I just wanted to make sure the important things got said. We've still got plenty to get through.
But he's very likely the only other person in the known universe that can verify our sample matches the one from Londinium.
I'm not anticipating a warm welcome. Take all the time you need. It became an unwritten rite of passage that anyone wanting to enlist with the Devils had to do a stint in the mines before they could join up. Well, I'm glad you were able to get him to talk. Once the cabinet deals with him, he won't be hurting anyone. Anything you saw on Tauceti, or learned since then, could be the bit of information that convinces them to help us. Exactly. We shouldn't go any further until we're properly equipped.
Good. He deserves punishment for his crimes. If he's not dead, then I'm glad he's spending his life alone in the dark.
Thank heavens that's over with. Thank you for the offer. Really. It was unexpected, but I think this'll be for the best. Both for me and for the settled systems. Thank you again for taking care of this workup. I'll see it gets in the right hands. I wish I knew. Despite the difference in scale of the two attacks, the samples having the same markers, it's too big of a red flag to ignore. So much blood.
Marcus Hamilton.
And that's thanks to you. Probably a good approach. I'm sure the UC interrogators will be able to get to the bottom of it. Well, my areas of expertise are pretty specific, but messed up families are up there. Then it'll just be up to you and me to share what we found and convince them to back our request to unseal our terramorph research. Asylees aren't hostile to humans, but they are megafauna. If someone decides to pick a fight with one, it could get ugly. Any idea why he might have done it? Or what he was doing with the plant? Yes, I do. Here, it's all yours. Helping protect the colonies like this, I'm sure it'll help advance your citizenship claim. Or, if you've got any last-minute business to attend to, now might be a good time. You all right in there? Oh, and if it finds you on your way out, come back to this building. It didn't follow me when I limped in here. I don't think it'll follow you. Captain, you're with me. Time to walk you through what we came up with. Nothing there? Doesn't mean I'm not mad. But I guess you letting us know late is preferable to never. I see. Wish we could have questioned him. But, well, there's nothing we can do at this point. If the one we're dealing with here has evolved to do just that, well, our position at the top of the food chain might not be as secure as we imagine. If my father's alive and knew about the Lazarus plant, what do you think the chances are he was involved in the attacks?
I will do whatever I must to protect the artifacts.
We're going to ask for the Cabinet's help to access our old research and try and find a way to prevent what happened there from happening anywhere else. Sounds like the Cabinet's found the Tauceti data sufficiently concerning, so they're going to hear us out. Ma'am, that report's incorrect. It was Victus. He's responsible for the attacks. The captain got him to confess. Head over to the armory and gear up. Once you're done, we'll meet by the entrance to the city. Commander Hatum, keep your guard up. There could be hostiles on this ship.
I just kept succeeding all the way to being the youngest special unit leader the UC Marines had ever seen. Alright, first thing I'd recommend, heading to the security outpost and granting me remote access to the system there.
Not a bad idea. You've already dealt with them once. Think you try to get the Trade Authority rep to see reason here?
That hit took out one of our weapons.
The devils were always talked about in such revered tones during my training, so as soon as I was old enough, I signed up. That's certainly not what I was expecting you'd have to go through. But thank you. I'm just glad you both came through intact. I'll be fine. We're similarly split. You'll send her along when you're done, Deputy?
Some of us have banded together. Realize the power we have been given is something that has to be protected.
Anyone got ideas where we could get some juice? Look who it is. It became a terramorph, right before our eyes. Look alive, Captain! My God, look at you. You're an old man now. We were military scientists, ran a division of the UC together that deployed aliens on the battlefield as weapons. He was our chief science officer.
Each of us has to interpret what that means on our own.
That's all I'm asking. Killed those people because of a chip on his shoulder. That sounds like Victus. I could have sworn I heard something. Trajan was, and Nerva was training to be before he died. Antonius was a scientist, though. And Auralia, well, I'm not exactly sure. It's a lot of work, certainly. Even with the kind of manpower the UC can muster, it'll take years. Oh, you already knew. Regardless, I think it knows you're here. I'll unlock the door. Second floor, main building. But be quiet. Terramorph cell lines we can breed quickly and consistently to test on. Seely's gene samples we can use to rebuild their bloodlines. Be tricky nailing down our sample with just what's in there. But Victus, for all his ability, was heartless. Ruthless to a fault. In the end, that's what cost him his life. It's only the captain who has yet to share. Here!
It's here!
Hold on now, don't put words in my mouth. I've never backed down from a challenge, and I'm not about to start. It doesn't affect everyone the same, but for some, it makes the afflicting terramorph appear harmless, and everything else appear a threat. Kaiser, you want to do the honors?
From what I could glean, the central hub is housed in a small security outpost in the center of the facility.
If you really need backup out there, I'll watch your six. This isn't the time.
What did you just say?
Suggests that however it is terramorphs are getting onto our worlds, Asilies are somehow cleaning that up too. These creatures are good at what they do.
The second time I saw him in person was at his funeral. We'll put this to good use. No aging, no chemical accumulation.
Opening fire!
In my expert opinion, that might be a byproduct of hunting them for sport.
All the artifacts must be gathered, including the ones belonging to the hunter.
But if there's even a chance more of them could start appearing, like this one did, or like those that destroyed Londinian.
I'm more shocked to find out it wasn't my father's doing. He was the only connection we had to the Lazarus plant. How'd Orlays come across it? So what have we got here? Too clean to be one of the settlers. Or a pirate. UC on patrol, maybe? Make my day if you said you were a shock trooper out for a stroll. Look, I wouldn't be asking if I thought there was any chance I could handle it by myself. Excuse me? I suppose it's possible, though I doubt anyone involved would tell him the truth either. Oh, you knew about that? I'm surprised you never brought it up before. Yeah, it's true. But I don't think of him as my father. Look, I guess I'm not thrilled that you kept it from me for this long, but I suppose I can see past one moment of monumental boneheadedness. You found our research team? That's incredible. That accelerates everything. With them back, it'll let us— Watched over by observers from the United Colonies, Freestar Collective, and House Varun.
I saw you already granted remote access to the hub. Seems the turrets are enabled but powered down.
Target's down!
It's good to know I have someone I can count on to tell me the hard truths. I agree. The Red Devils did a lot of harm on the battlefield. But they were still my family. I never really got over losing them. You can't be. Exactly what I was hoping to hear. You'll send them along when you're done, Deputy?
Look! It's working! The anomaly's connection is weakening. It's working!
We should be ready to defend ourselves. We may run into hostiles. So then give us the rundown. Where's Orlays now? Were you able to bring him in? Destination's Lentinian on Ptolemy 2. We're meeting with Commander Hatum.
Regardless, you're gonna want to get up here fast. Second floor, main building. Because if that explosion didn't get the creature's attention, you will.
Then we can figure out exactly what tools we've got at our disposal.
You won't talk me into that.
We're telling the cabinet.
But I think you, Captain, should get in contact with my father and find out what he might know about the attacks.
There's one just on the far side of the security outpost if you want to get a beat on what they look like.
Now please, go do what you have to do to get that sample in the right hands. We need to know what we're dealing with here. I sure as hell hope so. Because someone's got a lot to answer for. Yeah, I'll survive. But I hope you'll understand if I don't shake hands.
That is all I ask. I hope you see what I have seen.
Still no word from the cabinet. Anything you wanted to discuss in the interim? The equipment will be able to get us a rough location of any acceptable samples in the scan area. It'll be up to you, Kaiser, and I to find the things.
We made quick work of them, huh?
The Asilies, that we'll have to look into. But given what we know about the creatures, I wouldn't be shocked to find they've got an appetite for both. But the captain went to great lengths to have our sample verified as a match for the one from Londinian, a city the UC lost to terramorphs. We even think that, with some time and investigation, we could use the Asili's hunting skills to track down the terramorph transmission method at long last.
You'll regret this!
Though, in the spirit of full disclosure, there is one more thing you ought to know before we head up there. I think someone figured out how to use the Lazarus plant to trigger terramorph attacks. Oh, I know. But that's because I made it that way. I have done plenty that I'm not proud of. But I am atoning for those things every damn day.
Yeah, too many hazards for comfort around here, if you ask me. That was a hard-won victory.
The terramorphs, though, were our great failure. Completely incapable of being deployed on the battlefield. Too smart, too mean, too hungry. It's a secure facility manned by UC and Freestar Collective observers.
I knew it. The second I heard that recording, I knew.
Look, Percival and we need to tend to these samples. Guarantee we'll be able to handle cleaning up the leeches as well as the terramorphs. I certainly hope so. Old habits die hard, you know?
Use Vanguard. Well, that'll do. But I'm not one of the settlers.
It can be a daunting experience. Which is why I wanted to make sure, before you agreed to anything, we gave you the whole truth. If we could only be so lucky.
Remember me?
I wish. I did a quick analysis of the sample on site. The metamorphosis, it appeared instantaneous.
Sappy's not a good look on you, Captain.
The weapon's back online.
Hello. I wish I'd found this earlier. You notice those sensors around the facility? Part of a livestock tracking system. What have we stumbled on here, Captain? Not happening.
And we would appreciate it if you could spread the word in the Black Fleet that Barrett shouldn't be harassed. It's not working out for any of us.
When the time comes, you're going to have to do it. Security Chief Sarkin and the President, harder to read. I am sincerely inclined to agree, but current evidence suggests nature manages it just fine. He's in a unique position, and has done a special kind of harm to the colonies.
Surrender? Could it be that easy?
Well, on our end, the terramorph data has proven more thorough than I remembered. Genetic workups, population statistics, hell, even their food chain.
You granted me remote access, though. Means I was able to unlock the primer pump. If you can throw it, should arm all the tanks in the facility.
Just glad it was me. We've only just scratched the surface of this archival data. I need to figure out how to read in my sleep. Think there was more the commander wanted to discuss. It takes some deeply twisted logic to think anything did more harm to the Sanon name than him.
Weapons back online.
Why don't... You should grab the slate. Then, let's talk.
Beginning shield repairs.
Which would also explain why Londinian never had a substantial terramorph population. The Aseles were keeping them in check. My father was a deeply troubled human being. The other Red Devils were the closest thing I had to a real family. Serving with them was my purpose, and losing them devastated me.
I will not forgo violence if it prevents the deaths of others in other universes.
Like whatever invisible chrysalis the terramorphs have been waiting in, spread throughout the galaxy by humans, is opening.
Surviving a full-on mental assault isn't the same as keeping your cool in a firefight. Might make you more liability than asset. My favorite topic.
Target eliminated.
We need to get down there ASAP. I'd like you to have this. And here we go.
You forced my hand by joining the Hunter. It is no longer about what I want.
What can I take for you, Captain? Shh. I heard something. But if what happened on Londinian is starting to happen elsewhere, sudden, unpredictable attacks, no place in the galaxy would be safe. No need to worry. I'm fixed up now.
You have no right to make demands here.
The man I was cloned from, my father, was executed for acts he committed during the war. The man caused a lot of death, on both sides.
Last I heard he was working as a physician under their employ.
UC Vanguard's a hell of a lot better than what I've got.
We're too vulnerable without our shields.
But even knowing that they faked his death, you know what I feel right now? A feeling I can't shake. Good. Okay, once I see the connection reset, I'll get things underway on my end. I patched myself into a terminal on the roof, so I can give you cover from there.
You have found yourself walking our path. There is much to do before you're truly worthy of entering the Unity.
Doing that would be wrong. One down, one to go.
Don't bring that trouble over here!
There just aren't words for how grateful I am. Let's go. We shouldn't ignore these hazard warnings.
We have never encountered a version of you that has come this far. The path to the Unity is opening to you. You may yet become one of us.
Are you all willing to stand by and let more fall? Because I can't have any more deaths on my hands.
You're really going to ask me for a favor right now?
I can't believe you do this to me. And to the UC.
All right. Let's get to the bottom of this. Good to see you. Plant's turrets took a beating. But I should be able to set up a couple kill lanes for you. You can lead our friend right into a crossfire. And as to what our research is doing in there, well, I'll get to that.
Nights were drilling and debating with science division tutors. I loved it. The feeling of success.
All of the artifacts are required to open the way to the Unity. In every universe, the Starborn fight over them. Innocent people die.
Those people. They didn't deserve that.
I know it's in here somewhere, but your people, they're heroes, and they'll be remembered for it.
Look, I wouldn't engage directly if you can avoid it.
But no, you don't need to worry about me. I've had a Terramorph try it on me before. I'm not susceptible.
Jacob. God, it's good to see you. I was worried when I heard they'd crammed an antique like you down in that pit.
Looks like the last of them. No sign of the morph, though. And make sure you leave enough of that thing for us to get a sample. I'm not about to let him control my future. I'm ready to start something new. And thanks to you, I'm getting a chance to do it. Exactly. The people he harmed deserve justice. Well, it hasn't really been utilized since my program. For a specific reason.
You have been to the Scorpion? Yes, that makes sense. I do not remember when, but it was the hunter who found it first.
So while you'll absolutely want to be cautious, what would you think about trying to bring back Kaiser? Knowing that should calm some of the cabinet's fears and make it easier for us to dispel any suspicions the other factions might have about our intentions.
You have lost much, traveled far, persisted where others would have ceased. It is time for you to have the answers you have been searching for.
How far the mighty fall, huh?
I was afraid you might have gotten reassigned. You've been gone so long. So how's it feel to be a citizen?
We'll take whatever help we can get.
I'm sorry about that. It didn't seem relevant in the moment, and well, it's not something I'm exactly proud of. Which, for two creatures as elusive as the Aciles and the Terramorph, is no small task. You could sneak a leech into a city, or even multiple leeches, into a place like New Atlantis. I do. Let's put it to good use.
You think you can extract the cells we need?
All right, just promise me you'll come back safely. Well, thank you for telling me. I'm glad I know. And even more glad to have someone on my side who's willing to tell me the tough truths. I'm not sure exactly where to find him, but last I heard he was contracting with the Trade Authority on Mars. Now please, go check in with your commander. We need to know what we're dealing with. They do find a way of injecting themselves into your lives, don't they? Just our lot, I suppose. Time was, I had access to one of the best repositories of Terramorph research in the galaxy. Seems a natural place to start looking, if I can figure how to access it. The UC maintains a presence there, keeps an eye on things, scares off any trespassers. If you decide you want to track Kaiser down, come back and I'll get you squared away. I just thought you ought to know. Hey, Captain, let Kaiser compare our samples. What have you got there?
Not one for small talk. Message received.
As soon as that security connection's reset, I can start getting things back online.
Damn, they're gone. Come with you? You can't be serious. There's no way Percival would okay that. I have important work to do here with the TMD.
There it is, heavens above. The power's on over there. He wouldn't have.
I'm right behind you.
Look, it's working!
But when the UC ran low on synthetic foods during the Colony War, the Aciles were chosen to fill in the gaps. I'm happy where I am. I want to stay right here, doing exactly this for as long as I can. When it counts, she'll do the right thing. Eventually. Then we could start getting some answers about this thing. So, did you manage to nab one? But if they share a genome, like most nymphs and adults do, the microbe should have no problem dealing with heat leeches and terramorphs. Well, it wasn't something I could talk about with a lot of people. My God, look at it. A Lazarus in bloom. You know, we might be some of the only. I believe we already recovered it. He said that? I mean, I guess. You're sure you'd really want me to come with you? Of course you are. My hero. At least you follow orders well. Maybe you are military. Either way, we can make this work. They're gonna want to hear this. That's definitely not what I thought I was signing you up for. But thank you. You know I can't do that.
There's too much to be done with the TMD. You made the right call. I just need some time to process.
We thought you had joined the Hunter, but he has returned to the Infinite. Do you have his artifacts?
Fine, but I'm not going too deep. A lot of things happened back then that I'm not proud of.
Understood. Presumably the same person reported the disturbance to the Vanguard. Never did end up getting their name, though.
Thanks. I'll try not to make that a habit.
Now, all I'd be doing is acknowledging that he still has some sway over my life. And while I can't do anything about his role in my past, that man was a butcher. Meaning once McIntyre's through with you, you've got a place with us there. I don't see how that's an option.
Until his defeat during the Colony War, though, he was known as an extremely effective commander. Savvy. Perceptive. That mind opened a lot of doors for him. And for me, too.
I guess I'm lucky you're on my side. Now, the creature. You able to put it down?
Who's next? We just took down one of their weapons!
Stay on guard. They might be hiding, and when they did, the planet had to be abandoned. That's my father he's addressing. He was here? This must be right before he ordered the port destroyed.
I'm listening.
Welcome, everyone, to the TMD.
Most people would be too squeamish to do that. I want to be a big part of its future. And I think traveling with you is the best way to do that. I've already sent along a summary of all the options to the cabinet.
Like collecting Kaiser. Okay, maybe I did want to talk about it. A little bit. But first, you'd have to know the truth about all this. While we've got a second, was there anything else we needed to discuss? I know you got dropped into the middle of this pretty fast. All right.
I hope you will see what I have seen. Good luck.
That's damn right we are. Come on, let's get out there. Yeah, I guess I, of all people, should know what a burden that can be. Time we shared what went down here. Easy enough?
Ruthless rumor mongering. There aren't even any aliens on Mars anymore. They were all euthanized after the war.
Judging how you handled yourself out there, and how you got assigned to visit the tail end of the universe, my guess is you are UC military. Vanguard, most likely. Yeah, I'm not sure of a lot, but I don't think I'd be alive otherwise.
But if you're really that concerned, you could request they be lenient. They might be willing to spare him. Weapons are prepped for combat.
But being locked up until all the stars in the galaxy fizzle out and die? That seems like a good start.
You swore!
Any last things we needed to discuss?
You know me. Happy to help out however I can.
Neera's about as dangerous as they come. I'd gear up in Sidonia before heading out. But something I found in the Terramorph data makes me suspect the theory might have gotten it right. But we can get to that.
They are all connected.
Time for us to start getting some real answers. And figure out if we've been asking the right questions.
Either I got hit harder than I thought, or you've got some incredible timing.
But it can't justify slaughter. Meaning there's a very good chance their prey, the Terramorphs, came from Londinian too. Oh, how? How exactly did you manage to find them? Did my father tell you what he knew about the Lazarus plant?
I don't get nostalgic often, but there's just something about returning home.
Everything's gone quiet. All this carnage. This is my father's work. He's ordered the port bombed during Londinian's outbreak, sacrificing these people. This is what he left behind.
These attacks. I think someone planned them to set all this in motion.
But many seek the artifacts on their own for their own reasons. The creators of the artifacts left behind only these structures, their symbols, their language.
I'd never.
And the planet also never had a significant Terramorph population prior to the outbreak, which you'd expect from a species homeworld. It's hard to know exactly what might sway them. Thank you, ma'am. Left us wondering. Any conjectures on why Orlays might have committed the attacks?
That'll let us definitively verify our sample matches the one from Londinian. If that's the case, like we suspect, we can start reassembling our field team and come up with a defense.
A lot of deep scans from the eye need a close look. There's bound to be more artifacts out there.
Most of what we'll be collecting is specific genetic, anatomical, and behavioral documentation. That's all I'm asking. Thank you, Maybe it wasn't just luck that it happened right when we were asking the cabinet to do something about the terramorphs. The deputy did say things went well at the embassies. Impressive work. It needs to be tuned to be effective. And for something the size of a terramorph, I think you'll want to tune it to 183.5.
This is going to require some extra assistance, Captain.
We hope one day that will not be true.
We'd breed populations of them, distribute them to human worlds, and let the Asylees take care of the rest, using a method that nature's already perfected.
All I can do is move forward and try to better myself. Who knows? If I stick with it long enough, I might even bring some good to the settled systems.
Yes, along with our blessing to enter the Unity.
We thought they were harvested to extinction.
I can take a few things off your hands?
Marcus, you and I should draw up a plan for what research we're going to request. We're more likely to get what we want.
I did. Older terramorphs, they're capable of a kind of pheromonic projection. My father. All right. What is it? And what's the point of a crew if you're going to carry everything yourself?
You actually going through with this, well, it speaks to character.
I admit, the thought of us trying to kill each other pains me.
You have had so many chances to tell me he was alive. I can't believe you waited this long. I thought you respected me more than that. I have a lot of stories that end with me almost becoming something's lunch.
My takeaway as well. Now, they're not too far.
What? I'm trying to listen. Clearly, I misunderstood. Goodbye, Captain.
You're hurt. Are you alright?
Of course.
You've gone above and beyond for us so far, Super ET Ultra, right? The Vanguard motto? I would dare say you're living it. Now, let's move.
Let's end this quickly. The same thing that happened here, but on a massive scale. Terramorphs appeared in Londinian without warning, decimating the locals.
Yes, you are.
About face, Captain. This area is not suitable for humans. One of the reasons the cabinet isn't exactly clamoring to see me again. It's my father, Admiral Francois Sanon. Ve Victus. My father being alive didn't feel important? They brought a weapon back online! They repaired their weapon! This is the world he left behind. Probably thought he was protecting us all, taking it to his grave. But the others, they're helping us! Percival, are you doing this? I'd hate to see a power like that used in war. I was raised in New Atlantis, but Mars feels more like home. Just get the thing to chase you down the alleys between the buildings, and you'll lead it right into a crossfire.
Shit! That creature? It's dominated. It means there's morphs nearby. Put it down!
So stay alert, and you'll stay alive. And leave enough of the things so we can get that sample. So we're going to correct that by removing terramorphs from human worlds and giving them one where we won't bother them anymore. Londinian. What's left of the settlers? The work of Oxysio Machina. A terramorph. An attack on UC soil. Right under our noses. Deploying alien life forms isn't exactly new, but I've never heard of one that could pull off something like this.
Appears you'll need to tune it to a specific frequency to track the terramorph. 185.3 should capture the movements of a creature of that mass.
Never expected it would happen this fast.
A threat to every human-colonized planet in the galaxy.
That I don't have an answer for right now. It feels like I've finally found the purpose I've been looking for. But UC Vanguard's a hell of a lot better than what I've got. Let's talk after the briefing, all right? I'll bet you can find a use for this. And not risking any surprises when it comes to dealing with a microbe.
One of my favorite aliens in the settled systems is native to the Archimedes system. It's a massive xylophagic creature with almost impenetrable armor.
I doubt we'll find any creatures around here. But I think you should track down my father, wherever he may be, and find out what he knows about the attacks. It's true, ma'am, I heard the recording myself. My father figured out how to use terramorphs as weapons. I know it's here somewhere. Weapons back! Fire away! We're cleared for access, but we'll need to check in with the base commander, Sarah Hatoum, when we touch down. Missed that old machine. But it meant we generated extensive research materials on the creature. every bit of which was sealed in the Armistice archives when the war ended and xeno-warfare was banned. So, did you take some time to think about accompanying us to Londinian? Only 3 other people I'd want on a mission like this, and I'm looking at one of them. These creatures, they're a slow-moving plague. They show up on human-settled worlds decades after colonization. Get up here. 2nd floor main building. But be quiet. It's still out there. Lobbing a grenade! And if you get in trouble, remember, you're safe at home base. You can do this. Show it and mess with the wrong shock trooper. You ready to do this? Get up here. 2nd floor main building. One with the Tau sign on it. But be quiet. It's still out there. This is headed straight to Mars. Join us there once you're done. But there's also been a theory for years that Londinian is the Terramorph homeworld. So, what are you thinking? And it's why what's happened here could be real bad news for the rest of human civilization.
But we'll have time to sort all that out. I still just can't believe we witnessed it in the first place.
I hate to say it, but I think your instinct about him might have been right.
You're right, but the risks of the microbe, I don't know.
Hey, they've really cleaned this place up. I'm ready to go. That's supposed to make me feel better? That old geezer will drive the place into the ground if I let him have his way. A madman justifying slaughter? Sounds familiar, because the UC, they did a lot of terrible things for that man. That's an interesting specimen. Anything interesting out there? I have room in my pack. Let me take some of that. They called him Ve Victus. Woe to the defeated, in Old Earth Latin. A title he earned. He's also got a lock on his voice controls. You can give yourself authorization with the phrase, Nos Belli Machinis, a practice that's been banned ever since the armistice went into effect almost 20 years ago. And the UC military cut us loose for what we'd done. That looks like our shipping yard, when my father bombed the place. Sure. I think what the captain's trying to say is those Marines and all the troopers here, the city owes them a great debt. Hey, you need something?
That's an understatement. For a soldier like me, serving the UC wasn't just a way of life. It was my purpose. It made life seem worth living.
Bring justice to all the people he harmed. Wait's almost as bad as the fighting. Agreed. That seems like it'd be a bridge too far even for the UC brass.
Well, now that they're primed, all you should have to do is trigger the lure, and the Terramorph should come running. But people have only been on Tau City for 25 years or less. And yet here's one way ahead of schedule.
I wish I had more information on Percival. It's been a long time since I've seen him. But was there something you needed?
All right, hand those samples over to Kaiser, and we can move on to finding the others.
So, any topics we need to discuss before heading in there?
Maybe. But then, why let us clean up the Terramorphs? Take away the only thing that makes the plant useful. It doesn't add up.
So when humans settle a world, 70 to 100 years later, Terramorphs tend to just appear. But no one knows how or why. Dangerous, but at least predictable. Humanity's spread plenty of creatures in our travels across the stars. Pets, livestock, pests. But this creature, I need to understand what it's doing here. To do that requires a tissue sample from it, and to get a sample, I need its corpse. Have you really known all this time my father was alive and never thought to mention it?
Backup? What does that have to do with me?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I'm just now learning about my father being alive.
I'd owe you big. As might the universe.
I'll watch your 6.
They still need him prime, though, but I think I can unlock the primer if you can grant me security access.
Better hide. It does. I think we need to find these things fast before they turn any of these folks against us.
If there's a chance that could happen again, the UC needs to know.
Kaiser, any chance there's a shipping manifest in that new data of yours?
And we even think we could program the microbe to disable heat leech's ability to transform into Terramorphs altogether. That means sterilizing the species is still an option too.
Fallback. 1, they want to see this analysis you two have procured, that my father truly is the monster I always thought he was. Nowhere would be safe. Gathering your thoughts?
I've always said that xenobiologists like us don't get enough credit for the things we put up with in the field.
But I guess that's just another part of his sick legacy now. He thought he was protecting us all, taking the secret to his grave. Probably a long shot, but you didn't happen to grab one, did you? You can free the controlled by killing the morph, but we're gonna have to be extra cautious out there. And I'll make sure we're ready to put him to use as soon as you've got him. The analysis shouldn't take long.
As long as you seek the Unity, other Starborn will cross paths with you, including us. There is no avoiding it.
Enemy weapons functional! Yeah, I presume that's what manages the powered-down turrets around this place. Another madman justifying butchery. So my involvement, it could be another obstacle they throw at us up there. I just wanted you to be forewarned. Once you finish your investigation, we'll meet you outside the cabinet chambers.
They faked his death?
They'll also need the consent of the other signatories of the Colony War Armistice, the Freestar Collective and House Varun, in order to unlock it. Tracker's reading green, and...
What's that sound? Plus, if what we just witnessed was happening anywhere else, well, it wouldn't just be Londinian lost to these things.
Should even be able to house its own cadre of independent observers.
We should scan the area for mineral deposits.
Let me know if that changes.
We understand, ma'am, but the alarm needed to be raised. Jacob, Captain, let's discuss.
Then that clinches what we have to do next. A threat this vast, we can't stop on our own. We have to talk to the cabinet. All right, now you gonna clue me into who I'm dealing with? Could really use a UC vet with some combat experience in my life right now.
What are...
A wartime boomtown wiped off the map before it could really even put down roots. Captain! Was about to send out a search party. There's no way this was going to happen without you.
Jacob is somewhere on Mars. I don't know where exactly, but last I heard he was working with the Trade Authority.
He was an admiral for the UC during the Colony War. An infamous one. His name was Francois Sanon, but everyone called him Vevictus.
Not a body, but I think it'll do.
This terramorph shouldn't be here. They normally only appear on planets where humans have been living for decades, even centuries.
You took it down? By yourself? Maybe the universe sent me my shock trooper after all.
So, would you be willing to do some investigating? See if you can turn up anything on the attacks? You don't seem too worse for wear. What can I do? You know I can't do that. I've got an assignment. Well, you've done the Vanguard proud. We're going to need all the help we can get to figure out how to stop more attacks. Eye strain from the amount of reading I've got on the horizon if we succeed. Now I need to get this work up in the cabinet's hands. Once that's done, I'll meet you out front of Mast in New Atlantis. We've had a few discussions, but our group is similarly split.
You'd make a decent field biologist, Captain.
How dare you! Hold it. We need to get our suits ready. I hope to stay right here, doing exactly this. You've given me a sense of belonging that I haven't felt in years. I'd be stupid to throw that away. I'll try not to slow you down. Absolutely. Take a look.
I heard explosions. Is it dead?
Let's move out. I think what we just observed would suggest otherwise, and the eyes were my parting gift. We'll get this in front of the cabinet and see what they have to say. They have no idea who they're messing with. I mean, we never spent a lot of time together. He was too busy being Fleet Admiral to raise kids. But from all accounts, he was a brilliant commander.
You and I will be heading to Mast. I'll meet you there.
Because the Terramorph project was doomed from the start. Any ideas where we could find a shipping manifest? He could pick out subtle details from intel, or an enemy formation that others missed. That mind opened a lot of doors for him. And for me, too.
I sure could. Because to confirm my suspicions about this creature, I'm gonna need a tissue sample from it. And to get that, I need its corpse.
You don't know the half of it. But I'm not that person anymore. Now I think you have other places to be.
And while I'd love to believe that's impossible, we've got definitive evidence for exactly none of it. So we can't completely rule it out. That creature that's roaming around out there? An Oxysio Machina, better known as a Terramorph.
Captain? Captain, please, go on. So I'm not thrilled about how you did it, but I suppose I can see past one moment of monumental boneheadedness. Captain? Deputy told me what went down. Impressive work. It's done. And let's go check in with the sergeant. But terramorphs? They're different. One quality sample from each creature should be all we need, so hope is we can make this a quick visit. Stay sharp, Captain. Do you need me somewhere? We'll compare what we have against that sample and the additional ones I took. Maybe we saw something like this before and overlooked it. No one to upset if more show up.
Now, every planet humans have ever touched is at risk of unforeseeable terramorph attacks, unless we figure out what's causing this and how to stop it.
Captain, looks like we missed each other back at Mast. Listen, I just wanted to say, if we can get their support, we can get all our old terramorph research out of the Armistice archives. You're not done, right? Truly. Thank you for telling me about Francois. It's good to know the truth, even if it's an ugly one. Take care of yourself, Sergeant. Don't want to keep them waiting. Percival, I understand if you've got other commitments, but lives may be on the line here. Just think about it, all right? Now raise hell. My relationship with the UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance. The UC's actually the only reason I'm here in the first place. And that starts with Kaiser. But if he's been out there for a while, well, you're gonna need some things. Meaning, there's a very good chance their prey, the terramorphs, came from that same world.
I will not abandon the Unity to you. Never.
Our battles got me plenty of commendations, but I don't think they were worth it. I ruined a lot more lives than I saved. Music to my ears. We need to get the shields back online! I lost it! Keep your eyes peeled. The city wouldn't be the same without us. We trust the captain's judgment. I'm all right with that. Something else you wanted to discuss? Keep the chatter to a minimum. Maybe?
Just glad we could rise to the occasion.
I'm sorry you had to go through that. Those missions are hard. But I still have to ask.
Human colonized planets just go from minding their own business to having a 2-ton Carapace tank on their front step.
That's why we need to speak to the cabinet.
It was my job to know all the nasty critters of the universe for a while, terramorphs included. But that was a different time.
Any creatures we meet around here will probably be nasty. We need to be careful. No contacts. So the biggest issue we've got for the moment is deciding where exactly we want to deploy the limited manpower we've got. I don't think we're getting down to the port without their help. What the hell is going on? An environmental study on this biome would yield fascinating results.
But there were also some sensors scattered around the facility that I didn't recognize.
Well, I think using those turrets to your advantage is going to make this a whole hell of a lot easier. But then the other option, that someone captured one of the deadliest predators in the galaxy just to wipe out some settlers minding their own business? Thank you, Captain.
Eating their organs.
Knew there was a reason we brought you along. I need some space.
And I'm worried a lot more people could end up like these settlers if I don't get it.
Well, neither option is without risk, but I honestly believe both could be viable. Not the sort of things any labs just got lying around. He's right, though. I have been missing field work. If you really need backup, I'd be happy to watch your six. Ha! There you are! It means they can and do show up anywhere. Normally, that maturation takes decades, even centuries. But Tau Ceti's newly colonized. Biologist. I'm just a biologist. But that truly does not matter right now. Well, right now, we've got more questions than answers. So I've been trying to figure out what it's going to take to access our old terramorph data. Though putting either plan into action is going to require some big investment from the UC. Logistics, diplomatic support, tech. Not me! Focus on the attackers! I don't expect the cabinet's going to be thrilled about the prospect of rocking that diplomatic vessel. Victus isn't coming back to wreak any more havoc at this point. My father was a deeply troubled human being.
No signs of gradual growth of development. A new, instantly transforming species of terramorph.
That's actually a souvenir from my time on Mars. Though I really wish you'd brought this up before right now. Let's hear it. I'm just glad neither of us ended up bug food. Okay. Watch yourself. I'll take that for you. No rush. I'll stay right here. Not considering backing out now, are you? Come on. But there have been plenty of theories. Did I mention how damn glad I am you dropped onto this rock? You just flatlined a terramorph! A microbe. I'm trying to look forward these days, not back. There's nothing left for me in the past but painful memories. Okay. I think we can let our guard down. The problem isn't the Terramorphs themselves. It's that we spread them across the galaxy. Because confronting him, what would I gain from that? From letting him remind me I can never truly be rid of him? Nothing. He doesn't see people. He sees objects to be used and cast aside. I am not like that. Not anymore. Shields just went offline! But how the hell an undetectable egg turns into a Terramorph without anyone noticing is a question no one's ever found an answer to. Let's get moving. I guess it makes sense, though, doesn't it? That the best you've got? Agreed.
Yes, I do not know where it ends, but I have met you many times. Sometimes we are enemies, sometimes we are friends. Sometimes you have died, sometimes I have died.
As good a place to start as any.
My father was Fleet Admiral Francois Sanon, also known as Victus. He was executed for his actions during the Colony War.
He ordered the bombing of the spaceport on Londinian during their outbreak. Thousands dead. What would you say to delivering this to him for me? Oh, that is a little better.
We need our research, Jacob. The Xeno warfare team's research. We get that, we reassemble the team, we can figure out why this is happening now.
I'd like the chance to study that. It was just hard having that dropped on me up there.
Suppressant, you're brewing him withdrawal suppressant. Oh God, Marcus, I'm so sorry I even.
Understood. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Some independent group might have managed to figure it out again. But in my case, it complicates things. So I don't care if Victus is alive or dead. He can rot for all I care. What we're setting right now, that's what matters. You could sneak a leech into a city, or even multiple leeches, into a place like New Atlantis. My God, no time to waste, Captain. Stash the EM and pull some firepower. Let's move!
I'm honestly not sure. These cells, they show none of the signs of chemical accumulation I'm used to.
The damage. How could this have happened? Though I was a bit caught off guard when the commander of the Vanguard asked me how things were going as I was headed up the elevator. Hand that sample over to Kaiser. He should be able to compare it against the one from New Atlantis. Lives are at stake, Captain. Remember that. I've only seen one other sample like this. And it was from the world Terramorphs wiped off the map. Londinian.
Just stay alert, stay alive, and leave enough creature for me to get my sample.
Percival and I worked together for years. He was an alien researcher like me. A scintillating mind, but not what you'd call a people person. Oh, you don't understand what a weight off my shoulders that is. He and I are different on more than a few levels. But there's no denying the fact we're inextricably linked. It affects everyone differently, but some people just lose control, turn against everyone around them, even if they don't want to. They're like a puppet. The UC of that era only created me because they were afraid of a world without Victus in command. Why would they get rid of him? But Tau said he's newly colonized. And there's only one other documented example of Terramorphs showing up out of the blue like this. Of course, you deserve the full story. You could have really hurt someone with that.
We'll talk later. Need to help out Vladimir.
I won't begrudge you an Aurora trip if you want one, but I'll pass. But still, well, so that's tricky. Well, don't keep me guessing. How'd you find them all? I can't believe this is how you decided to tell me about my father. It shouldn't be here. 19. And I've been paying for it every day of my life since. Which won't be much longer without some help. Victus? You're right. We just need more information first. Suppose that's a pretty good summary. But he clearly understands how valuable it'd be to have Kaiser involved in this endeavor.
We have to ask the cabinet to grant emergency access to the Armistice archives and...
Come on, let's talk to the officers. Comedy might not be your strong suit.
Which is why the captain already went to great lengths to have our sample examined by another party with first-hand knowledge of the one from Londinian.
That'd be something, wouldn't? My hope would be that whatever connections he's got to the outside world disappear. You know, I was thinking, while we were there on the podium, if I wanted to try and see him again.
We are not a monolithic people. The Starborn are individuals. Some are united in cause, others are in it for themselves.
Is that the sample? Shoot to disable! Don't kill it! Do not hurt the sample! This can work. But I guess what they're actually doing with all that energy they've been siphoning is fueling one hell of a transformation. Let's discuss. Let's move. He saw the potential of the plant as a weapon and hid it away. Give it here. Percival will be scanning the city for our samples from here. When he finds one, he'll transmit the coordinates to us out in the field. Yes, Captain. Travel safely. This means that terramorph transformations? There's a way to trigger them. That sample looks good. At least it... Wait. This can't be right. Something's wrong here. Your piloting really is exceptional, you know. One of the nastiest aliens humanity's ever crossed paths with. And this one will... I'm worried it's a sign we're about to repeat some grim history.
And you have no right to pursue the artifact with no regards to the consequences.
Understood. We'll be here once you've got it solved.
This was not what I was expecting. Just give me your stuff. You're mine now. Freestar hellhole. You're not talking about Nira, are you? But what you've done for Percival. For me. For everyone. Well, there aren't words to express how grateful I am. But we're going to have to figure something out. Because there is no way we're getting answers without a sample from that thing.
No, you are not the same. The person I knew is gone.
So, were you two able to get that workup together? Yes. But terramorphs, they're an invasive species. They've been following humans wherever we go, all across the galaxy.
Before you leave, I want to give you something. A way to another artifact, but also a lesson in how dangerous they can be.
So if we're gonna find what we need anywhere, it's there.
I mean, we never spent a lot of time together. He was too busy being fleet admiral to deal with kids. I was raised by a pair of guardians instead. Enemies back! Over here! Let's move out. Then we need to figure out what's going on here and how we can keep things from getting worse. But that's not something we can do on our own. One of the weapons is offline! Unfortunately, you did not. Later, okay? We need to get up there. One that deserved to be punished for what he did. Shields enabled. Let's get in there. And all routes are going to require some highly specific materials to make things work. I'm sorry, are you? You're serious? Captain, what you did back at Mast? Well, I don't want you thinking it's not appreciated.
You should pick Marcus' brain for specifics before you head back.
Let's find that EM weapon. Take care of yourself, Sergeant. I understand. Look, the security outpost's in the middle of the facility. Whenever you're ready, you can head right there. We need to get Percival up to speed on all of this. Weapons looking good as new! Need some help here? As long as I live, I'll never understand the loyalty that old bastard elicited.
I believe you being there as an independent witness should help sway the more intransigent members.
I used to be one of the best in the galaxy at this kind of thing. Hopefully it'll all come back to me. My guess is the Chief Engineer and Admiral Logan will likely support our request. They know how bad Londinian was. I don't know of a better source of information about terramorphs in the galaxy. We'd breed populations of them, distribute them to human worlds, and then let nature take its course. But Ve Victus is the only solid lead we've got on the attacks. Need me to take a few things?
Then you can ask her to get me clearance into Mast, and get us an audience with the Cabinet to request access to the archives.
What is that the sample? Shoot to disable! Do not kill! Don't kill it! He was my best friend. We shared everything. Sometimes I still forget he's gone. Even after all this time. Lou was telling me what you did for Percival. You've got my sincere thanks for taking care of that. But it was during that assignment that the UC asked us to explore deploying terramorphs on the battlefield. I'm Hadrian. I was a researcher with the UC.
You should also talk to your colleagues in Constellation. I'm sure they have gathered more information on the remaining artifacts in the fringes of space.
This? I didn't know if this was ever going to happen. Well done, Captain. I'll get the job done. But if you can make it to the security outpost and restore the connection, I think I can get things back online. See if the settlers left us any other tools. So what about your end? Did you find anything?
And take some time to restock, refuel. No telling what the cabinet's gonna ask of us once we get their sign-off.
The turrets. Let them do the work for you. There's breakers on each of the buildings you can throw to get them firing again. They should be unlocked now. Either I got hit harder than I thought, or you've got some incredible timing. And to do that, someone has to get to the security outpost. Across the compound. Not a far walk, but a risky one. Sorry, I should really get back to the data. Now take care of yourself out there. Yes, almost hard to believe. Suppose we were just in the right place at the right time. Now we just need our terramorph sample and we can blow this icebox. Percival, ready for another scan? Wherever humans colonize, 80 to 100 years later, terramorphs. Invasive, dangerous, but at least predictable. What?
How did you...
All right, stay sharp out there.
The enemy's down a weapon. Not important? My father is alive. I need you to tell me right now how you found that information.
Which would also explain why no one ever suspected that planet as the terramorph source world. The Aseles were too damn effective at cleaning them up. Whatever the hell that was, well, I'm glad you took care of it. But primarily, we'll use the old analyses to look for a way to prevent these sorts of appearances from ever happening anywhere else. This is exactly what I was afraid of. If what we found here today is just the first wave of more attacks, I mean, how did he even find it? Hand that off to Kaiser. He'll be able to ensure it stays viable. Well, I think it's safe to say you succeeded beyond anyone's wildest dreams. If you can get to the security outpost and grant me remote access, I can try and get things back online and see if there aren't any other tools the settlers left for us. Right.
Weapons been repaired.
Of course it is. But I was a red devil, wasn't I? Tougher things than my relation to Vae Victus have tried and failed to keep me down.
And if things ever get hot, just come back here. It doesn't come in this building for some reason.
It must be nice to be rich enough to live in one of those skyscrapers. Well, just know that they were a natural predator of the terramorphs. Bloodhounds for them, allegedly.
Oh, so you just follow whatever order they give, or you could have used the EM gun like you were ordered. These are lives you're playing with here, so get your head in the game. Understand? What is that the sample? My God, put it down!
I've dealt with that before. And you and I have much, much more important things to deal with right now. Terramorph outbreaks have taken down far bigger colonies than this one.
Now what else? Oh, they installed a tracking system for their livestock. Well, that'll come in handy.
These creatures, they've been a slow-spreading plague for as long as humanity's been among the stars. But they took time to appear. Any major decision the UC makes goes through them.
That is.
Be good to have you around more, Vlad. Miss your turns on the bar.
He survived? That's...
Ah! The thralls, they're attacking the anomaly. Percival, are you doing this? I can take you.
Thanks, but no thanks. I've been getting by just fine without him for a long time now.
Heads up! Enemies repaired their weapon.
That sector of Nera was destination number 1 for xenoweapons during the war.
They won't want to, but the stakes are different here, Jacob.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. UC's certainly got its fair share of skeletons. Present company included, I suppose. I'm not sorry you told me, but it's a hard truth to swallow. It's only the captain who's yet to make a final weigh-in.
I doubt we've had the pleasure.
So getting him back, that would be a huge break. Did you really find him? Need something? I left some space in my pack just for you. But he's very likely the only other person in the known universe that can verify if our sample is a match for those from Londinian. Tough as titanium, they sneak onto planets by hiding in ship engines, build nests on anything that puts out warmth, animate or otherwise, and make more leeches. Nerves kicking in? Which means I'd really appreciate your help in getting that sample to where it needs to go. The environment's devastated. There's little, if any, real law. Nero's got more than enough ways to make any visit your last. But even knowing all that I do, you know what I feel right now? The feeling I can't shake? No wonder no one's found him.
Xenoweapons are just the tip of the iceberg in that place. It's good to be back at base. Which explains how something as big as a terramorph has been spreading between worlds with no one noticing. Until now.
But if the opportunity to prevent widespread devastation wasn't cause enough for you...
Judging by its size, your ass doesn't seem to mind the scenery. How about you sit it back down before I put a boot up it?
People are far from the most dangerous thing out there. It's a good thing we've got weapons and armor to make up the difference.
Did I mention how damn glad I am you dropped onto this rock? You just flatlined a terramorph. It's certainly not encouraged, but the UC's given their sign-off for this excursion. This trip is all above board.
Now at least we can inform the cabinet and let them deal with him.
All right, then.
Let sleeping dogs lie. The man's dead, and I'd rather not resurrect him.
I'm gonna help Percival and Kaiser prep, but once that's done, we'll rendezvous with you there.
Yeah, I set this aside for you a while ago.
Bingo. We just need to stay sharp. Watch your fire lines, ignore distractions, make sure what you're aiming at is an alien, not a person.
Well, when the colony war came to a close 19 years ago, with the signing of the armistice, 3 factions were involved in the negotiations. All right, fine. If Percival's willing to lose his best scientist to field work, that's on him. Besides, he'll be on my ass about it forever if I say no.
But I suppose there's no real harm in asking for leniency if for some reason you think that's merited.
Got him!
Made it to the outpost in one piece, huh? Nicely done. Look, I'll try to make this quick then. It looks like a pretty standard... well, we believe that report to be correct, ma'am. Reginald Orlays appears to have committed the attacks.
Admin access is centralized to this building, so I need to stay here to get the system running as soon as the connection's live again. All wrapped up. Time to get the hell out of here.
Hey, nothing wrong with the sample, I hope. Then we should get moving. I'll meet you out front of Mast, Captain.
Nah. Might have been a little comforting to know. Even if Twala did mention you were still a little green.
That is the problem.
It's back! Bring it down, now!
Now, what do you say we go get a look at your handiwork up close?
All right. Just make it quick, I guess.
The odds do seem to be stacking against us.
I guess I've still got it after all. Percival, you should unplug and find somewhere we can talk. Privately.
I'd like to think they'd be able to see past that, but given the gravity of the situation, I'm not willing to just count on hope.
You know, no one even realized it was a living thing until someone got it under a microscope and saw it had cells.
Hadn't realized you were UC Navy this whole time.
Let's just finish this.
No, that's impossible. He's gone. My father is dead.
What do you have for me this time?
So if there is even a chance terramorphs could start instantly maturing like this one did, or like the ones that destroyed Londinian?
Oh,
the captain? Yes, ma'am. Couldn't do this without her.
Chief Diplomat, that is absolutely not my...
So, if you wanted to tell me I'm heavy infantry and I've come to bring you the gift of ordnance, I wouldn't mind in the least.
Arguably the only thing it does. Safe to presume the terramorph isn't?
But no one knows how they've been following us. So if what happened on Londinian is starting to happen elsewhere, sudden, unpredictable attacks, no place in the galaxy would be safe. Let's just talk to the troopers, all right?
But honestly, I'm not sure. We're gonna have plenty to discuss once we get out of here.
Can't say I've ever spent more than a few hours in Neon. I think that was the last of them.
But if they were turning on each other...
They thought we were too dangerous to exist. I'd take blame for that. My unit wouldn't have been as lethal as it was without me at the helm.
Well, luckily, UC's got good medical care. Can go get that looked at.
Believe me, it truly hasn't. Make it quick. I'm not in the mood to talk.
What he's doing working for an organization with other human beings, like the Authority, is anyone's guess.
You can free the Controlled by killing the morph, but we're gonna have to be real cautious out there. Have each other's backs.
Of me getting it wrong? Maybe. But Percival? I worked with him long enough to know that's not how his mind works. If he says it's a match, it is. Well, 8. They went extinct a few decades back. A big lumbering thing called an Achilles.
I really think it could.
Oh, I've been better. But I think bleeding out is at least off the table. What I really need, though, is someone who knows their way around a weapon.
If they're maturing faster, that could mean thousands more attacks, just like Tau Ceti, just like Londinian, across the whole galaxy.
Wasn't relevant. That my father's been alive this whole time. Now, to confirm my suspicions about this thing, I need to examine a sample of its tissue.
If the terramorph growth cycle is accelerating, then we and the galaxy need to know.
So I guess we're still in discussion. Probably best at this point to let the cabinet weigh in. See if they have a preference. Bad decision, Captain. All information related to the things they decided should be banned was locked away in the archives.
Did you find the hunter? Do you have his artifacts?
Ah, there you are. But the chief diplomat, he's the one I expect will need some convincing. Makes two of us. Only the cabinet can help us access it now. Acknowledged and accepted, Captain. Exactly. Someone saw the Lazarus plant and realized the ends it could be put to. I never expected it would happen this fast. So, this is it. Huh. Captain, care to take a look? Wait, what?
We can't win this fight without shields!
I do. This is all yours.
I suppose that's fair.
I can give you cover from the roof. But the creature also doesn't seem to come in here. That's probably the only reason I'm still upright.
But if their growth rate is accelerating, and those sorts of attacks become more frequent, then, well, the galaxy is in real trouble.
Should let you keep tabs on how close the terramorph is. But it's not connected to this network. There's a terminal on the floor above you. Head up there and tune it to 183.5.
To our knowledge, no one's ever spread them intentionally. Yet somehow, they follow us.
You were just lying to me. Again.
This way.
But now, knowing what I do,
Which could mean more attacks from an enemy we can't even see before it's too late. More Tau Cetis. More Londinians. Nowhere in the galaxy would be safe.
we have to help them! You want me to? So, knowing he's still out there, among apex predators, they're the pinnacle. Resilient, agile, smart, and their mental prowess only increases with age.
Focus, Hadrian. I can't believe you knew about my father all this time and lied to me. I thought I thought we at least respected one another more than that.
Never spent much time in Aquila City. Bet you can guess why.
I did not want this for either of us, my old friend. I won't have you desecrate the Unity.
Take your time, I'll wait. Take care of yourself, Sergeant. No signs of life in the vicinity. You come see Dr. Walker or I. Those cases, you'll either need to knock them out with EM fire, or free them by killing the terramorph. The only records of her I've been able to find say that she was recruited to join Aegis when she was 20. I think she must have been killed in the field.
The only other documented time terramorphs showed up uninvited like this. Well, the world they showed up on had to be abandoned.
If you pick a fight with one, or you're a terramorph, sure. But they were known colloquially as space moose. They're livestock. Benign. Kaiser, we close enough for you to dial in the location of those samples from here?
I'd rather not.
I guess that makes not getting fired from your crew my greatest hope. It's only the captain who has yet to make a final weigh-in. Let's grab that sample and get out of here. Come check in with us once McIntyre's done with you. And some lose control altogether. They'll lash out at anyone around them. But still be aware while they're doing it, and that it's ultimately going to be safer if we handle these morphs ourselves. No backup. Which would also explain why no one ever suspected that planet as the terramorph source world. The Achilles were too damn effective at cleaning them up.
You can count on me to pull my weight. I'll always help out in combat, and I'm happy to assist you with any research, too.
And that we should grab that EM weapon before we head out.
So what do you say? Will you talk to your commander about delivering this sample for me?
I'd take Mars over Jemison any day.
It was nice talking with you.
Be careful with that. Ah, Captain, I think I see it.
And when I was in there, I found something else. A livestock tracking system you should be able to use to keep track of the terramorph.
The recording said it all.
So, in the interest of full disclosure, there's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there.
I knew it was him. I knew it.
I guess.
But Tau City's newly colonized. 25 years, max.
And asking a group of Marines to accompany us for that kind of work, well, it usually ended up with ruined samples and wounded teammates.
No, I don't. The colony war ruined a lot of lives, including mine. But I do miss my soldiers. It's been a lonely couple of decades.
Ultimately, we're not looking at a planet. We're looking at the radiation coming off a planet, and that takes years to get here.
Captain, I'd like you to be there to speak to the cabinet with me, but I want to make sure you're clear on what I'm proposing.
Answering that question is what brought me here in the first place. But it's turning out to be a job I can't do on my own.
But if Kaiser has been out wandering on his own for all this time, you're gonna need a couple things.
Different. I never know who you are until I meet a new version, but so much of you stays the same.
Then it means the cabinet can make sure he's dealt with. That nothing like this happens again.
Good God. The attack on New Atlantis, could someone have set that up?
Experimenting on children? That's insane.
Changed your mind? All right. I have plenty of work to do here. For what it's worth, though, I'd be happy to join you anytime.
That seems unwise.
We've got our target, Captain! I deal with enough demons at work. I don't need them taking up space in my personal life, too.
Taking fire over here!
I mostly visited remote places with interesting creatures. I didn't want to be around a lot of people after the war ended.
Look at it. Ugly as the day I left.
My God, no time to waste, Captain! Boots in the dirt!
Here goes. During the Colony War, he was responsible for a lot of death. Military and civilians. Free Star and UC. He was executed for what he did.
Both the suits are leak-free. Good thing, too. We'll need them out there. This suggests that however it is terramorphs are getting onto our worlds, Aseles are somehow cleaning that up as well. These creatures are good at what they do.
Admire? Hardly. But respect? How could you not, unless there was more to discuss?
I'm curious about this ecosystem. I'd like to explore it more closely. I swear, New Atlantis gets bigger every time I visit. We wouldn't have to worry about more surprise attacks, and we wouldn't be offing an entire species. It hunted by sucking the oxygen from the atmosphere around it to suffocate its prey. Isn't that fascinating?
Wait.
You did it, didn't you? Heavens above, you just flatlined a terramorph! Hand those over to Kaiser before we get any more visitors. The workup's in the cabinet's hands. They said they'll call for us once they've gotten to properly review it.
He's really alive? And you decide now was the right time to tell me?
Nope. Not even an iota. The man's dead. Leave him be.
I'll pick the doctor's brain, too. See if I can't turn something up.
I can't believe you knew it was my father this whole time and lied to me. I thought we at least respected one another more than that. But it doesn't. It can't justify slaughter. Well, you better keep that EM weapon loaded then. Now let's move.
We're on it, ma'am.
You can even show them this, my gene tag. Tell them Hadrian Sanon thinks there could be another Londinian on the horizon. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll recognize the name.
What, Captain? Welcome back.
Alive. I can't believe it. I doubt they would have even classified it if it didn't have a Xeno-Warfare logo on it. You have my word. It's not a threat.
Jacob and I worked together for years. He was an alien researcher, like me. A scintillating mind, but not what you call a people person?
Most people probably wouldn't use that power responsibly.
One of the weapons needs repairs!
But there is a way we can give ourselves an edge against this thing. The plant security system. Well, it's not what any of us could have expected. Yes. It will be. When I heard the rumor of a terramorph all the way out here, I had to know if it was true. Nor I. But if there's a chance he's actually trying to help, I'll
maybe it's worth looking into. It's a defense mechanism in older morphs, a kind of pheromonic projection, causes confusion, disorientation, and infighting. Good. Once I see security access granted, I'll radio. And if things start getting too hot out there, come back to this building.
That is the Unity. When I stepped into it, I became a Starborn. It is how I have entered other worlds, including yours.
No offense intended.
We've got them now.
Or lays.
Hey, save that for the battlefield.
So did you actually find Kaiser? That means, theoretically, what happened on Londinian could happen anywhere. And at a faster pace than any earlier Terramorph attacks. Don't rush in, at least. I'll give you that.
And check for any other tools the settlers might have left us. But sample looks good. At least it... Huh. Where's all the accumulation? This can't be right. Something's wrong here.
Yeah, what the hell happened back there, Captain? There's no excuse for using lethal force here.
Enough. We have more to discuss. So you keep telling me.
Stay safe. And the last thing I want right now is for the UC to stick us with some gung-ho jarhead who's gonna put us and the mission at risk. New Atlantis is beautiful, but it's never really felt like home.
You can't expect to just drop a bomb like that.
But I don't think you're gonna have to push real hard to get folks on board with cleaning up one of the galaxy's greatest pests, if this is what they're capable of.
Ensure the big show, the attack on New Atlantis, would be a success.
There it is! Fire! Fire!
Makes two of us. A lot of possibilities, but no clear answer.
There you are!
Take that as a no, then. Yes, there are. Apparently, the Aseles were bloodhounds for Terramorphs. And hopefully, how to prevent more attacks like the one that spawned it.
Made us get it ourselves.
Maybe. But trusting that man cost more than a few people their lives. Yeah, sure. Humanity's spread plenty of creatures in our travels across the stars. Pets, livestock, pests. But I think there's a way we can give ourselves an edge against this thing. The plant security system.
That person is dead. I am not them.
He saw the potential of the Lazarus plant as a weapon, and he condemned all these people. They did? And opening the archives is a big request. So it sounds like the cabinet's not lifting a finger until they can verify our stories.
I know you are not the person I lost all those universes ago, but my heart still breaks just the same.
We need to talk to the cabinet. All right. I spotted a microscope downstairs. Let's see if we can't get to the bottom of this. Oh, I'm flattered, but I don't think so. I'm doing important work here. Percival needs my help. He would not okay me abandoning my post.
You know I cannot do that.
I'm on it. Ve Victus. He saw it too. Why anyone would capture and release one of the most deadly predators in the galaxy to just... What?
Thank heavens.
Maybe I was. But I'm not that person anymore. Now I'm done talking about this. You should head to Nira. Stay sharp.
Been great so far. I'm happy to be working with Percival again. I think the TMD's set up to make a real difference in the settled systems.
He killed those people to keep them from sharing what they might have seen. He was... Stand down. We're alone out here.
I understand. Well, the security outpost's in the middle of the facility. Whenever you're ready, you can head right there.
Can do, Captain.
Killed all those people because of a chip on his shoulder and an obsession with his own status. That sounds like Ve Victus.
Well, it was during that assignment that the UC asked us to explore deploying terramorphs on the battlefield.
Well, once we inform the cabinet, they can ensure he won't be able to do anything like this ever again.
But the war had other plans. Trajan was killed in the field. I don't know any more than that. One day he was here. The next he was just... gone. I'll fall in behind you. Don't you dare tell him I said that.
They're turning on the anomaly. Percival, are you doing this?
A microbe. What if the attack on New Atlantis, it wasn't just a coincidence? What if someone set up these attacks?
You! Move quickly, quietly up to the second floor of this building.
Your life may depend on it.
The cabinet not opening the archives is probably a bigger risk than them handing over the files. That data itself isn't dangerous. Don't do that again.
The facility appears to have been in the process of being retrofitted with an automated defense grid.
This isn't a joke. We're preventing casualties, not causing them. So get your head in the game. Understand? So before we can take this to them, we need to prove both plans are actually viable. And that's going to require some specific samples from both creatures. They kept him? Of all people.
My pleasure, Captain. It was good to reminisce. I haven't talked about my service in a long time. The way things ended with the UC after the war, I suppose I can understand the captain's hesitance in accessing the archives. But now, well, the situation's changed. For all of us. I don't have access to my old research anymore, but I know someone who should be able to verify for us if this sample is as bad as it seems.
I'll handle this.
And yes, our evidence is limited. System got hit bad during the blasts. No surprise. Victus wanted to make sure no one made it out of here.
Certainly not. Let's make our descent.
So we just misheard you, right?
Where I came from, I was the one who ran to the eye. I left you behind to protect the artifacts, and the hunter killed you.
But it's been decades since I got a direct look at the Londinian sample.
We can't let them hit us with the shields down!
So, I still think it'd be worth looking into. If you're willing.
Maybe that's why it offers the choice. Compassion, or is it testing us?
Captain, we should report back to the President. Let her know the terramorphs have been dealt with. It's Major, Sanon, Sergeant. Freshly reinstated. I know. It sounds crazy. And it's going to take serious work. Even with the kind of manpower the UC has said they can provide, we're talking years. The Martian Trade Authority is where I'd start your hunt for Percival. After you get clearance, of course. Or did you need something from me?
Definitely the latter.
I mean, I had to, right? It could have been my last chance.
So, did you ever get an explanation why he did it?
Where I came from, I was the one who stayed at the lodge to protect the artifacts. You died on board the Eye while we held off the hunter.
Exactly. Why is this one so special? Why is it here? But we're not figuring any of that out while it's still alive.
Let's talk somewhere more private. What's that? The UC's already agreed to send us some manpower to get this place online again. Slow and steady. We don't know what we're dealing with.
They're antiquated death traps. Perfect for our purposes. I was in the process of rigging them as lures when the terramorph got me.
They're creatures without peer.
Victus was barely a part of my life when he was alive, but defined every part of it. I believe that's exactly what that means.
Tuning frequencies 185.3.
Tau Ceti was likely their first test. Someplace remote where no one would question a few settlers going missing. I came here on a rumor of a... Well, I think you two have already gotten acquainted. Look at that skyline. Just beautiful. I don't see how that's an option. You think you've seen everything. And then you see something like this.
Well, the years after the war were pretty dark for me. The Red Devils were disbanded as part of the armistice. Not here.
Oh, you are serious.
Okay. No more questions. But I suppose there's no harm in us asking they treat him with mercy. Not that he's earned it.
It'd be an error to think he's actually acting in good faith.
But I also don't see what he stands to gain from helping prevent terramorph attacks.
It's down! It's down! Only he didn't succeed. Now someone else knows about the Lazarus plant and is using it exactly how he feared.
Well, I'm sorry I wasn't more upfront about it. But it's not something I'm exactly proud of. We're headed to the cabinet chamber, top floor.
This tracking system, it has a control terminal on the roof of the adjacent building. You should get up there and tune it to 185.3. 185.3.
I'm sure they'll be lovely house guests. I mean, I hope they will, given the evidence we've acquired. But getting the Freestar Collective and House Varun on our side, that won't be easy. But if it's not that, something else you needed?
All right then. Let's move out.
But I'm not about to let my past sully a future that's brighter than it has been in a long time.
Meaning, there's a very good chance their prey, the Terramorphs, came from that same world. They're the only real chance we've got of unlocking the archives. So without their blessing, we're flying blind. Maybe we'll find some other settlers out here. I came looking for an explanation and found all this. You swore? You're mine!
Suppose it does.
There. It's unlocked.
I need to gather all the data I can on this specimen. There are some people that aren't going to believe what happened here, and I don't want to leave them with a shred of doubt. Do you need me somewhere else?
But whether it's something internal to these morphs that's different, or something common in the environment, or something else completely, we can't know yet.
Seems he's the talk of the town. What did you find?
It can certainly be a daunting experience. Which is why I wanted to make sure, before you agreed to anything, we gave you the whole truth. Though getting things online, as I've discovered, is not a one-person job. The admin terminal in this building needs its connection reset. Probably would have been a bunch of floored half-truths anyway.
Percival and I, during the Colony War, we were in charge of the Red Devils Xeno-Warfare team. A team that's been gone for almost 20 years now.
After the Colony War, laws were put in place to prevent a conflict that costly from ever happening again.
Take cover! We need to find out what happened here.
I apologize, but have we met?
I'd like to take a look at that under a microscope. I left behind important research for this job. I'm sick of just standing around. They gave us a run for our money for a second.
And be sure to leave enough creature for me to get my sample.
It shouldn't be here.
I used to love New Atlantis. Not so much these days.
He was a biologist, like me. Guess it's genetic. He died when he was 12, after an experiment of his went wrong.
That seems great. I'm sure he thinks that's what he was doing.
But he's also the one who ordered the bombing of the Londinian spaceport during their outbreak, condemning countless lives. Not a day goes by where I don't think about what the world would look like with them still in it. Weapon repairs are done! Some of the containment chambers were a bit on the unpleasant side, but the facility staff made short work of that.
I can't believe you kept my father a secret. Maybe he is trying to do something good for once.
It's remarkable how similar Jemisin's ecosystem is to Earth's. Best damn news I've had all day. But Tao said he's too young to have one. Yet here it is. Weapons fully functional, Captain.
The very type of thing they put the emergency access rules in place for. If that's what you think is best. We'll be ready if you need backup.
You'd said it was Reginald Orlays who was responsible for the attacks?
Something wrong?
So getting him back, that'd be a huge break. Is he on his way here too?
When a terramorph growth cycle is accelerating, then we, and the galaxy, need to know.
Okay, do it, Kaiser.
The heat leeches are terramorphs. That's how they must spread. Heat leeches, they hide in the ships and then they must grow into morphs. Though normally you only see that sort of thing in older specimens. Terramorphs only appear decades, even centuries after humans have settled on a new planet. Something we could aerosolize, let spread, and have it deal with the terramorphs for us.
If you need a moment to process, by all means.
We've both got our assignments. I guess I should get a move on. Good luck out there, Captain.
Where I came from, I was the one who ran to the Eye. I left you behind to protect the artifacts, and the hunter killed you.
You two have any experience with terramorphs before?
You cannot walk away. This ends here.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I'd be honored. Heart of UC Xeno-Warfare. A practice that's been banned ever since the armistice went into effect almost 20 years ago, and we were dismissed from the UC military. More of them! Clean them up! Pity things had to end like this. I won't lie. Being in Aquila City unsettles me a bit. You need some time? Really needed that. Thanks, Captain. Military Model A. Customized them myself for when the Xenoweapons team needed to make field runs. Part combat bot, part lab facility. But the connection breaks if you kill the morph. So, if we find anyone enthralled out there, first thing we need to do is kill its master. All right. Look, it's still not funny.
Marcus, that's impossible.
Well, I've just spent a lot of my life in pursuit of the truth. So, you bringing it straight to me, it just means a lot.
Whatever you can turn up is more than we have now.
I'm sure they did. They invested so much in him over the years. Even grew him an entire family he didn't want.
So with the data out of the way, we've been discussing where exactly this work's getting done.
Ready yourself.
Look, Captain. Percival and we need to get these samples back to the lab. Ensure we'll be able to handle cleaning up the leeches as well as the terramorphs.
Secure the leadership of the UC military for generations to come.
Something up? But I wouldn't be upset if you came by the HQ every now and then. Remind me how much I owe you. The bridge above the masked Nat station. Meet me there. Thank you, ma'am. We're honored to serve.
Don't do anything reckless in there.
Well, to confirm my suspicions about this thing, I'm going to need a tissue sample from it. And to get that, I need its corpse. Now let's get to work.
There is no more reason to debate. Prepare yourself.
I really appreciate you telling me the truth about, well, you know. I'd be more useful out in the field. Aseles, they're impressive hunters. The few tests we've been able to run, well, they more than got the job done.
Saw the thing myself. Real and disconcerting.
Now, where exactly did my father say you could find our friend?
You know, my heart stopped when you first said it.
That he was still alive. That I might have to see him again. We freed them, and they're calling in reinforcements.
Hey, you're not done, right?
Not my first takeaway. If a bunch of gossiping.
Just like him to find a way to do something like that.
He's really been out there all this time? I don't know what to say. Londinian could very well be where the Terramorph saga began. And the key to its end.
I'm happy to help you carry some things, Captain.
He was my younger brother. We only met once, but we exchanged letters for years. He studied at the UC Science Academy.
And that we still did. Commander Tuala? Already dealt with. Spoke to him when I was dropping off my data. One Aseles could track a morph halfway across a continent.
That's not an unfair assessment. But what we're doing now, I'm really trying to set some things right here. Percival, you see any better option?
It's in the archives. What's up?
There were 5 of us, but I'm the only one left alive. I was the closest with my brother Trajan. Losing him during the war devastated me, but I guess I should get back to it. Good luck out there, Captain.
Damn. There they go. Well, getting those turrets powered back up seems like the best course of action. And, just don't listen to what the voices tell you. Yes, Captain.
Frankly, it shouldn't be here. They normally only appear on planets where humans have been living for decades, even centuries. You were sworn to—
I'm getting there. Clear it with your commander first if you have to. Don't go quiet on me now. Perfect timing. We just got in.
No. This is a bigger problem than just we can solve. Which is why I requested an audience with the cabinet.
Me neither. It'd take knowledge, time, skill. Go ahead.
That hit took out one of their weapons.
But for these terramorphs to already be that mature, we're facing something altogether different here. This isn't going to be as simple as our fight on Tau Ceti.
No one's ever found the spores or seeds that become a terramorph, but it's clear from the adults that those spores sit in hibernation.
Yes. For now, with every Starborn out for themselves, conflict is bound to continue.
Was my job to know all the nasty critters of the universe for a while, terramorphs included. But that was a different time. I think we're putting those people in danger. But if that's how you want to proceed, convinced now we need to do something?
Yes, we did.
I managed to scope out a fair bit of the facility before it found me. If there are any survivors of the attack, they're long gone.
My father. How did you find him? I'm curious about things again. I'm happy to get up in the morning. I'm enjoying the books I read and exploring new places. You're not hearing voices, right?
I patched myself in through a terminal on the roof. So, as soon as that security connection's reset, I can start getting things back online. But yes, I was military. Not anymore, but I've still got some friends in the colony, so if I'm lucky, maybe whoever sent you is one that still likes me. And I know I can never escape the Sanon legacy. His and mine.
Then you have accomplished what I could not, defeating the Hunter. It is a worthy deed to bring into the Unity's embrace.
If this is actually what it sounds like, we're gonna need to be real careful down at the spaceport. So do you think you could do it? Please? Have a good one. Must have changed up how the ceremony works. I just raised my hand and said, sure, I'm in.
What we just saw, it must be some kind of alternate growth method. One that winnows 70 years of maturation into seconds. It's incredible.
There might be some useful salvage left out there.
Don't mess with me!
If you can get me into the system, I was hoping we could figure out how to put both those things towards stopping this monster.
But there's no sense in hammering down those sorts of details before we've made a decision on which route we're taking. You brought me along to lend a hand. Let me help carry some of that. If you pick a fight with one, or you're a terramorph, sure. But Aseles were already spread across the galaxy once before during the Colony War. I tracked down a record of her last assignment in Freestar space and went to her last known location, but I couldn't find her there.
Stop that!
I'll be here. Still with us? My God, look at it. A Lazarus in bloom. I never thought I'd... Execution? No. There's enough death in the galaxy as is. I'm just not sure it's really their style. When House Faroon kills people, they usually like to make sure everyone knows it was them. Trust me. We are not alone out here. In his twisted mind, it made sense. These soldiers for the galaxy. And I know I've done more than my share of harm. But part of the reason I asked you to join me, it was so they wouldn't just be picturing him up there the whole time.
If we can get their support, we can get our old Terramorph research out of the Armistice archives, reassemble the field team, and come up with a defense.
But even if that weren't the case, I'd likely be more of a liability out there than a help right now. And the things he did, well, they're a part of the reason the UC and Freestar Collective aren't really on great terms to this day. Of course. Captain, something up? All right, in the lock to the city. Percival, where are we heading? I'll maintain this position. We are going to see you around the HQ, right? The TMD's not going real far without its founders. Captain! Over here!
The creature won't follow you. It didn't for me. Courier handed me a slate. Guess someone had picked up a strange signal on a flyby. Thought I might want to check it out.
We found a sample, Marcus. A metamorphosed terramorph. On its way to full maturity. On Tau Ceti.
Let's just stay alert, stay alive, and make sure there's enough creature left for me to get my sample.
So, be careful out there, Captain. And I'll make sure we're ready to put things in motion as soon as you're done.
Of course you are. My heroine. At least you follow orders well. Maybe you are military. Either way, we can make this work.
No, the Aseles are the way forward. We deploy them, we're cleaning up the threat using a method nature's already perfected.
Do you hear that? Sounds like fighting. Boots in the dirt, Captain! The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds from one of their most respected tacticians. Percival, Kaiser, and our researchers all under one roof. It's good having the squad back together. Thanks for that. I'll bet there are hundreds of amazing species in the oceans here. When he died, well, things didn't change the way I'd hoped, but at least I didn't have to worry about him making it worse. I refuse to let that man define my entire life. Not anymore. Sounds like a plan. We just need more information.
But there's someone else I need to see this sample.
Why I got all the training I did. Why I got to head the Xeno-warfare team at such a young age. The UC wanted another brilliant Sanon commander.
He killed those people to keep them from sharing what they might have seen. Condemned this whole city to death. He's...
Organic resources like this are more useful than people give them credit for. I'll leave it up to you. If you decide you want to track Kaiser down, come back and I'll get you squared away.
I'll get back to work.
We'll see you on Mars. So where's Kaiser? Some can even dominate the minds of weaker species, keeping them as pets, livestock, or toys. When it counts, he'll do the right thing. Eventually. Vevictus is alive, which means he could have been involved in the attacks. I've always wondered how anyone survived here before the walls were erected.
They knocked out our weapon!
If that doesn't convince her, I don't know what will.
You handled yourself well back there.
What, you'd rather we do nothing? No way I can have that on my conscience.
Heat leeches hide out in ships, sneak away after landing, and then, with time, they transform.
I was searching for something to live for other than my work, but nothing really stuck. Until I heard about the terramorphs on Tau Ceti. Old habits die hard.
Joining the Devils was a point of pride. But all that disappeared after the war when the unit was shut down along with my Zen Hour Fair team.
Then life as we know it is in danger.
Reinstate me. So am I. I'd forgotten how much I liked working in the field. I wouldn't expect any. But who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky and turn up some leads. Control terminal for that system's back in the security outpost. If it were me, I'd get that online immediately. Guess I really do mean that little to the old man.
Letting go. Is such a thing even possible?
Yeah, I think so too. It was a hazard we dealt with when we were researching them, but if you stay sharp, check your sight lines before you fire, you should be fine. Checking in on us again? Anyone got ideas where we could get some extra juice? It's fine. I can wait.
The enemy's completed weapon repairs.
Rather not wander around blind down there. Oh, do I know that feeling.
Ugh! He's actually really alive? My God.
That's one down. Everyone loves a war story, don't they? Plenty of space in my pack if you need to unload some things. Sure, but there are plenty of ways to do it. Why the Lazarus plant? He was a troubling and troubled man. So, you happen to grab a tissue sample from that terramorph for me? Take care of yourself out there. Captain, let Kaiser take a look at that sample. Captain, don't look too worse for wear, all right? I'll wait for your next order there. Get out of here. Leave me alone. Ultimately, the UC had to abandon the city. And a lot of people with it. All our data suggests so. 70 to 100 years after the initial colonization, they just appear. But no one knows how or why. Dangerous, but predictable.
But we don't have to start from nothing.
Captain,
Now, Londinian's on Ptolemy 2. UC has a small operating base on the planet's surface. We've got a lot to do before we speak to the cabinet. Let's talk at mast, my father. Well, Captain, I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. Good luck out there. Our Asili's population's already tracking ahead of expectations. Terramorphs aren't gonna know what hit them. That's exactly what I would have done. Don't mention it. Just glad we were able to help keep things from getting any worse. It's going to take coordination, inside the UC and out, but I think it can be done. Of course. Appreciate the heads up. Where do you need me? I can't believe what we just witnessed. You can even show them this. My gene tag. Tell them Hadrian Sanon is worried there could be more attacks on the horizon. They should recognize the name. Ve Victus? You said it was Orlays. But if these attacks were triggered somehow, who would have the motive to do it? If this doesn't convince the cabinet to proceed with our request, I don't know what will. We've run the basics by them, yes. And it sounds like they're willing to commit the resources an endeavor of this size is going to require. But if the plant was used to trigger the attacks, could Ve Victus have been involved in the massacre on New Atlantis?
She was a real intellect, your girl. Would have made a fine officer someday. My condolences.
Yeah, I think I've had my fill of family drama for the moment. They're also shockingly adaptable. The data suggests they're able to thrive just about anywhere, and we plan to selectively breed them so they can hunt terramorphs wherever they're hiding.
So, what did you take away from that?
And made sure to leave a trail of bodies in his wake. If this is just a weird anomaly or a sign of worse things to come, I can't know. Not until we put that thing down and pull a sample. Londinian. Now we can find the truth. Now look, I know you didn't come here to help a stranger kill a terramorph. And the ones that refuse to listen to me, but now I guess we've got our answer. Nothing left to do but put it all in front of the cabinet. Not helping the beat-up lady out of the goodness of your heart, huh? Plant's turrets took a beating, but I should be able to get you a couple of kill lanes. It'd still take time to build, test, and distribute, but no other method could hold a candle to it when it comes to sheer efficiency. Not even the Asilis. I believe you being there as an independent witness could help sway the more intransigent members. Terramorphs are too mean, too smart, too hungry to be used in combat. Trust us, we tried.
Just pre-mission jitters. You hear about a place for so long, it maybe gets bigger in your head than it should be.
Londinian. That's exactly what I was afraid of. That's a good point. An accusation this consequential needs evidence to back it up, not just conjecture. Until next time.
But the need for additional confirmation is a concern we share.
Then you are truly of the same mind. Ends with no regards to means, a game played with no thought as to what happens to the pawns.
You did it, didn't you? You put down that Terramorph.
It's dangerous, yes. But Kaiser, Percival, and I, we've trained for this. And you're not so green yourself. Sound right to you? Head out and collect the extra manifests?
What? No, that's impossible. He was executed. I saw it myself.
He is a Starborn. He has gone through the Unity more than any of us know. He has ripped through universes to find the artifact so he can enter again and again.
Lights out! Now all we need's a tissue sample from that thing.
There's risk. Good. Once I see the connection reset, I'll get things underway on my end. It looks like the TMD's been getting along fine without me.
Then life as we know it is in danger.
Not hard to get surprised if we're not careful out there. There could be valuable minerals under the soil. You and we're getting to change what the UC stands for. Wait.
You did it, didn't you? Heavens above, you just flatlined a Terramorph.
As to why our Terramorph data's in there, well, I plan to get to that. Older Terramorphs are able to manipulate the minds of other creatures. Can make it hard to tell who's friend and who's foe. One of the nastiest aliens humanity's ever crossed paths with. And this one, well, it's something of an anomaly. Possibly a worrying one. We need to be prepared for anything. Not in a million years. Another attack, just as we're making our request, it's insane. I doubt they'll trouble us anymore. I've heard Neon streets are crime-ridden. We should keep an eye on our pockets. Freestar Collective and UC. Military and civilians.
Well, there is another option. It'd be faster, maybe even more effective. But it's got its own risks.
What was so important that they had to keep him alive?
What's going on?
Let's go put that EM weapon to good use. You only usually see that with older Terramorphs, which makes this even more troubling. What is it?
My God, Marcus. Who let you get this old? This is no place for an antique like you.
Let's see what they're made of. That's fine. Come back whenever you're ready. So, would you be willing to talk to Vevictus? It's the only thread we've got to pull. Plenty of people out there with grudges against the UC. But he's the only one we know had any knowledge of the Lazarus plant.
It isn't a new species?
Or maybe it's a sign of something worse. Entire cities have been wiped out by Terramorphs.
Hallelujah.
But even knowing they did, knowing that they kept him alive all this time, you know what I feel right now?
That's a hit!
Sure. I have plenty of stories.
This one won't make you squirm, I promise. If you said my father was still alive and using Terramorphs as weapons, I might think it's time for a psych eval. The Red Devils were my purpose. I felt lost without them. I spent a lot of time wandering the galaxy by myself, searching for something new to live for. Are you messing with me?
No, I need you to tell me more.
It also makes my father the only solid lead we've got on the attacks. Once they're online, lead the Terramorph towards the lights and watch the fireworks.
You'll need to power up each building individually. Look for breaker boxes to get the turrets online.
As livestock.
Any negotiations with the Freestar Collective or House Faroon would run through his office. This time.
Which means we're heading to DIS. Which should be interesting.
There are also some sensors scattered around the facility that I didn't recognize. Carrying that many things will only slow us down. So, when you check in with your commander, will you ask them for permission to deliver this sample for me? I hope the local creatures aren't too hostile. And so humble, too. But you do have a point. You can do that? Well, that should certainly make things easier. So then, how do you want to proceed?
Is in your tank. You can risk a shot, but be ready to run. Otherwise, you can activate any tank to just lure the thing in.
Unlike my father, I have the capacity to forgive. I'm willing to move past this.
Presumably the same person reported the disturbance to the Vanguard. Never did end up getting a name, though.
One way of putting it.
Oh, Captain, I'm sorry. I won't pry any further. Of course, it's a big ask. You do what you have to. We're not going anywhere without you. Still with us? I've spent more nights than I can count sleeping under rocks and in trees while I was conducting research. But if you're that concerned about him, we can always request they be lenient in their sentencing, even if he doesn't remotely deserve it. I'd like to think they'd be able to see beyond that, given the gravity of the situation, but I'm not willing to just count on hope.
Lights out on that one!
We just need to get the cabinet to see this for the threat it is. To confirm my suspicions about this thing, I need to examine a sample of its tissue.
Listen, it's only a first analysis. We can't jump to conclusions.
But this information... Hello. I wish I'd found this earlier. Those sensors around the facility? Part of a livestock tracking system. It was the central hub for Asili's processing during the Colony War.
Get them to hand over Marcus' contract?
Well, look, thank you for telling me. It's not the worst news you could have given me, but it's damn close. So, did you find anything on who actually did it? Oh, I'll be sure to keep that in mind next time I learn one of your dark family secrets. Victus. He destroyed this place. Killed these people to keep what he knew about the Lazarus plan and the Terramorphs and all this a secret. Didn't he? Both sides agreed the settled systems would be better without him. These creatures, they have been a slow-moving plague, haunting human-settled worlds for generations. All right, now hand those over to Kaiser, and let's get out of here. But attacking their own city just to acquire data from the archives? I can't believe the UC could be that cruel. Sure. I'd rather not see them again either. A few lucky shots were all that saved my life the first time.
No time to waste, Captain! Boots in the dirt!
Time for another EVA walk, huh? I'm ready if you are. Captain, I'm right behind you. Let's get down there. You're welcome. I just wanted to make sure you knew all the hurdles we're about to face.
Damn it! There go our shields!
Was worried we'd scared you off. But Percival and I, we weren't just researchers. Together, we ran a UC Xeno-Warfare division. You kill the morph, you break the hold. But this means we're gonna need to be real careful with our fire. The Asilis, we'll have to look into. But given what we know about the creatures, I wouldn't be shocked to find that they've got an appetite for both. Please, you have to tell me more. Any leads on who might have committed the attacks?
What? No. We need his input on I'm sorry, but have we met? I understand that, but, you would balk at the chance to save so many lives?
And make sure you leave enough of that thing for us to get a sample. They're far less of a danger than the one we're proposing to clean up. Glad to have you on board.
I have a gift for you, a lesson about how dangerous the artifacts can truly be. Seek the moon of old Earth. There are secrets there you must discover for yourself.
Got eyes on it! Got one!
He knew. He knew about the Lazarus plant.
Got me good!
Captain Saavedra? I had a Sergeant Saavedra as a handler during the war.
With either path, though, we're looking at a long-term commitment. Years of work. Even just getting these plans off the ground is going to take time.
Just glad things didn't turn out worse. All right.
Oh, yeah. Taken care of. No big deal.
It's been nice to dust off my old field collecting skills. I haven't done this kind of thing in a long time. This is for you. Helping found the TMD is the best thing I've ever done. It's given me a new purpose. And I'm proud of what we've accomplished so far. That's what I was afraid of.
Can't believe we let them escape.
Captain, surprised to find out we're having visitors as we work. I'd completely forgotten, for example, that there was a creature that actually ate Terramorphs. We just need more information first.
My father. Come on, that's not funny.
Looks like you're connected to the tracker. The faster it beeps, the closer the Terramorph. If it's just beeping quickly, you better double time it. Terramorph growth cycles are
Unique among the creatures we studied. No one's ever seen a baby terramorph.
But don't worry. If the terramorph starts getting in your head, just focus. Make sure what you're aiming at is an alien, not a person. We'll come out fine.
You'll injure yourself carrying all those heavy supplies. While he's certainly got the temperament for mass murder, you told me yourself my father's in jail. I don't see how he could have pulled something like this off. But on the other hand, it means the heat leeches would become impossible to weaponize. There'd still be terramorphs out there, but they'd be the last of their kind.
When I heard the rumor of a terramorph all the way out here, I didn't know if it was true.
But thank you.
What the hell? Is that the sample? My God, concentrate fire! Shoot! Shoot! He's down!
Now, my father just handing over the information on the research team and Kaiser out of the clear blue, I can't say I trust it. Like, for example, if this terramorph's cells have certain radiation or chemical exposures, it could point to it having been transported on a ship. Gives Percival and I some time to get reacquainted with the documentation anyway.
It couldn't have been just luck that it happened right when we were asking the cabinet to do something about the terramorphs. You swore. That's it! Now hit him with everything you've got!
Captain, my father doesn't deserve your protection.
That seems like a good idea.
I didn't think the cabinet would be willing to hear us out either. But I called in some favors. They've agreed to hear us out on 2 conditions.
Not here. I don't want to cause any alarm.
Hate me if you must. My path is clear to me.
And there's a clear way we can find out if he's telling the truth. Track down Kaiser. Unless you're planning to change your mind here like you did with the cabinet.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure what to make of this. Terramorphs don't just appear on newly colonized planets like this one. One more! Enemies right on top of us!
I'll try and appreciate the effort. Sounds like our cue. Then let's get this show on the road.
Terramorph growth cycles are unique. No one's ever seen a baby terramorph, but somehow they've followed humanity across the galaxy.
Our damage has been done for a long time.
Look, I don't want any trouble, but I'd get fired if I didn't call security to get this body out of here.
Nice work. Now help us take these out.
I used to scout places like this for aliens all the time. What's wrong? What he means to say is, thank you, ma'am. Can't be cultivated anywhere but Londinian. A real marvel. I'd do it myself, but I need to call in some favors. See if I can't get access to that terramorph data. How long's the cabinet gonna keep us waiting?
That'd be nice, but I'm not about to hold my breath.
But it's certainly not going to give us one while it's still alive.
I'm the last. Some are even capable of playing with the minds of other species, using them as pets. Or toys. I hope to see you there. I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War, former head of the UC Navy.
That no one in the universe is safe.
No, we were both dismissed after the war for what we did. These days, we're just concerned citizens with a very particular area of expertise.
Yes, I will say no more.
Oh, and now might be a good time to restock if you haven't already. If things go the way I hope, the cabinet will likely want us on a solution immediately. Clear from here. That's where they've put all the research our team did on the terramorphs. But the archives can only be opened in cases of dire emergency.
Heat leeches are terramorphs. That's how they must spread. Heat leeches, they're an invasive species, right? They hitch rides on human vessels, land, and grow into morphs.
I wasn't lying when I said I couldn't do this without you. Me trying to get that data? The Freestar Collective would let me in the door.
It'd be a good idea to leave this area. And here. It's not a lot, but you've definitely earned it. Should cover the cost of fuel to Mars, at least.
This area's hazardous. Let's get out of here.
Well, clearly, I didn't understand exactly who I was dealing with. And I'm not about to let Percival have all the fun. But I do appreciate the sentiment. Please let me help carry some of that, Captain. Getting him back from wherever he may be will make our outside work a whole hell of a lot easier. Roger, loud and clear.
There should be one just outside that building. If you can get close and trigger the lure, it should bring the Terramorph running.
Where the hell is that stun gun? Captain, I truly don't. He's already shown he's taken an interest in you. I'll be a lot more useful in the lab right now than I would be grilling Francois.
All right. I'm game.
Inclined that way myself. He told you, huh? Figures. I don't think we're done here. I certainly do know what kind of a burden that can be.
Always thought they looked a little more avian myself, but they put the Terramorphs to shame when it comes to charm.
Not a lot of samples made it off the planet from that time. But the ones that did, well, I think they looked just like this one. Now, the precise nature of what's on the horizon, I don't claim to know. But one settlement has already been wiped out.
Me neither. You'd have to know this all exists, first and foremost.
We've been having similar debates ourselves. But the captain has yet to weigh in.
Pretty major is right. But if what we just saw, if that's possible...
Yeah, maybe. I have to admit, that trip to Londinian whetted my appetite for field work. The admin terminal's here in this building, but it needs its connection reset. And as I found out, that's not a one-person job. Not doing this one out of the goodness of your heart, huh? That's a tough call. I've seen most of the creatures in the settled systems, and there are plenty of strange ones. We'll all meet back at Mast, outside the cabinet chambers. They're gonna want to know everything we've uncovered here. We should collect all the resources we can from this thing.
You were just following orders. Weren't you? Well, that's why you brought me along, right? You fly the ship, I'll handle the aliens.
I need to gather all data on this specimen I can. If this turns out to be as bad as I think it'll be, other people are going to need to see this.
Thanks. I'm ready to get moving again.
Nice work. I'm in. Okay, fuel tanks are primed.
The few protecting the many.
Do you really need all of those supplies?
But it takes dozens of years for that first Terramorph to appear, and you can see the wear on their cells. I'm fine, ma'am. We're similarly split.
You're not worthy of the artifacts, and you never will be.
Soon as we're done with Kaiser, we'll meet you there. Come on. And if it afflicts you, we'll try to work through it. Just focus. Check what you're aiming at is alien, not human. And you'll make it through.
I'm glad you'll be coming by the lodge more often, Vladimir. We miss you.
What's wrong with you?
All quiet out there. We're out of the woods. That was the last of them. I can't say I'm not shocked. But I guess I would have, thought he might have reached out to me somehow. I understand. Well, the security outpost's in the middle of the facility. Whenever you're ready, you can head right there. I'll keep an eye out for access. I don't understand the hatred for Sidonia. Even most UC citizens dislike it. But I guess we're not getting any more answers right now. Come on, let's go get that last sample. What is it? Got a target? There's something on the horizon, that's for sure. We just need to not let that distract us from the work at hand. Best of luck, Captain. And thank you for dealing with him. Captain, we need to get these samples back to the lab and verify we'll be able to handle cleaning up the leeches as well as the Terramorphs. Wait, the research team. Kaiser just showing up out of the blue like that? He's the one who found them. Gathering your thoughts, huh?
But the sample looks good. At least Huh. Where's all the accumulation? This can't be right. Something's wrong here.
No. That's insane. He died. They executed him. And everything you told the cabinet about Orlais? About the attacks in New Atlantis? That was all lies, wasn't it? They just damaged our weapon!
Best of luck, Captain. I suspect you're going to need it. Of course. You change your mind, we can talk.
Hey, Captain.
Oh, it's really not that daunting. Yeah. Real lucky.
We shouldn't be breathing this air. Let's get our suits on.
I'll coordinate putting the data to good use with the cabinet. We'll be ready to move as soon as you've got it. I just thought you should know about Bay Victus, my father, before we got up there. There's a non-zero chance the cabinet brings him up. Okay, maybe not the best comparison, but I want to make sure you've got an idea what we're in for. But it's clear someone knows about the plant and realized what ends it could be put towards. What? You think I buy my drinks full of dust just anywhere? I come to the best. Hey, can we use your back room? That seems useful. This time.
Between their historical presence and the Terramorph's current one, there's no better place in the settled systems for us to find what we're looking for.
Letting a population of sterilized heat leeches stick around may be a hard sell, knowing what we know now. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I'm just only now learning about my father being involved in the attacks. Now, you bring me that tissue sample? That is a possibility. If anyone else in the galaxy would know about this phenomenon, it'd be the colonies. There must be something useful around here. Any idea why he might have done it?
Not much left, is there? But I can make this work.
You must get the Hunter's artifacts by any means. He cannot be stopped in all universes, but he will be stopped in this one.
The Thralls! They're not coming after us. I guess we should grab that sample while we can. What we're proposing is bringing them back.
Can do.
Grenade!
Should we... No. Let them go. This area is hazardous. I think it'd be best to turn around. Having an extra xenosociologist around on this assignment sure couldn't hurt. We'll be dealing with plenty of hostile creatures. I'm only gonna say this once. Leave me alone. No chance we'd get anything if it was me going. You can even show them this. My gene tag. Tell them Hadrian Sanon thinks there could be more attacks on the horizon. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll recognize the name.
What the hell is that? Is that the sample?
But if there's anyone who will be able to tell us definitively if that sample is trouble or not, it's him. Good. Sorry doesn't bring these people back. A crisis isn't licensed to cast aside your morals. Understand? That I don't have an answer for right now. I lose you there? Exactly. I have. As much as someone can come to terms with being a war criminal's clone anyway. I can't change it, so why dwell on it? There's someone else who needs to see what we found here. If he thinks it's as bad as I do, well, he can help us figure out how to protect ourselves.
Everyone interprets what happens in the Unity differently, but that is the result. Yes, you leave your world behind and enter a new one, where you are one of us.
Maybe in his twisted mind that made sense.
I hope I have not made a mistake in trusting you again.
But Ve Victus, for all his ability, was heartless. Ruthless to a fault. In the end, that's what cost him his life.
I've got a couple leads on my friend's whereabouts, but I should first stop by Reliant, get someone more than a passing familiarity with human anatomy to take a look at this wound.
So plan is, Percival will scan for samples from here, while we head out into the field to collect them. I mean, I'm no angel myself, but it would be nice to be able to live out of his shadow. Matches what we saw happen earlier. These Terramorphs, it seems they're capable of a type of mental control.
Grenade out!
That's some impressive work. We're ready when you are. I'm honestly not sure what his endgame might be. Involving himself in preventing Terramorph attacks after all the damage he's done? Something doesn't add up. We share a genome, and people have used that fact against me my entire life. But I am not Ve Victus. Thank you for that. He decided to sentence his own soldiers to death. What kind of commander is that?
Hostile ship ahead!
But I'll never say no to a visit when you're in the area. Remind us all how much we owe you. But that old world, where I was no one and my father mattered, that's gone.
I don't think we can do this without M.
There is a way we can deal with the Terramorphs on a finer scale. With an engineered microbe. Don't mention it. I'm not the type to leave useful things lying around.
Chief Diplomat, that's way out of line.
I mean, they certainly have plenty to be disgruntled about.
It's special because it shouldn't be here at all.
I've never seen a Terramorph this old. This must predate the outbreak. Well, Terramorphs only show up on worlds where humanity's had a long presence. Hand-customized military Model A. Part lab facility, part combat bot. You have? I mean, it's old technology. Neon's always bustling. Seems like a tiring place to live. Exactly. Someone saw the Lazarus plant in action and used it to trigger the attacks. And if you're in trouble, remember, you're safe at home base.
You can do this. Go. Which means we're either looking at a truly strange murder or a faster type of terramorph growth, the results of which could be catastrophic.
Collecting resources from the environment around them for decades until one day something clicks, then you get a terramorph.
Percival and I, we're not just researchers.
The weapon's repaired!
Another reason why Londinian would be a good home for the terramorphs. Since it's where the Aciles came from, it stands to reason it's where the morphs did too. Don't leave me in suspense.
Lewis, tell me what you did for Jacob. You my sincere thanks for taking care of that.
More than a few of the options we're looking into. Detectors to uncover the terramorph transmission method, or crafting a targeted biological agent. My theory is the terramorph found whatever chemicals they used here, or animals they butchered, weren't to its liking. You're not wrong. I'm not sure how the cabinet's going to react to all this.
I really didn't know what to do with myself once it was over.
Was my job to know all the nasty critters of the universe for a while. Terramorphs included. I don't do it professionally anymore, though. I suppose you're right. Better to know. If you can get to the security outpost and grant me remote access, I can try and get things back online, see if there aren't any other tools the settlers left for us. With his plan found out, he's going to be desperate. And if he was capable of mass slaughter before, well, I hate to think what he might try if left unchecked.
Their weapons suffered heavy damage!
But 99% of humankind lives in just a few systems. We sweep those worlds first, and humanity's in the clear.
But it sounds like you've got just one more thing to take care of with the Chief Deputy, your citizenship.
Or so we thought. In the data, the research team found the location of a breeding pair. Not where everyone can hear.
Ah! They got me!
Come on. That's not funny. We're in agreement?
Which probably wouldn't be a bad point for us to bring up, should the opportunity arise.
So then, in the face of a killer plague, you work with the allies you've got.
We're needed down at the spaceport. The place looks pretty good.
I'd love to meet the person who taught you to do that.
Alright, now let's go get a closer look.
Careful out there. I'm not watching your back anymore. Which will probably be to your benefit.
Good work! That was the last of them.
That is the best way of dealing with him. Thank you. Just be careful out there.
So your help means a lot more than I figured you might realize.
Oh, this looks like a rich ecosystem. I wonder what lives out there.
I've never seen something like that before. I'm ready to get moving. I won't let you down, Captain.
Then we need to figure out what's going on here and how we can keep things from getting worse. Fast. And that's not something we can do on our own.
And if you're in trouble, remember you're safe at home base. Give it hell, Vanguard.
Only the captain has yet to weigh in.
I've just known whole Marine squads that couldn't take down a terramorph. To do it yourself? That's something else.
I also suspect one of their biggest sticking points is going to be getting the other factions involved in this endeavor.
Meaning plenty of places for our sample to be hiding.
It can't. At least, I didn't think it could. But maybe if we're right about this, someone found a way.
Well, Kaiser's one of a kind. Special built for the sort of work we did. Dealing with unfriendly beasts in hostile environments.
And the ones that are, well, they're giving us a chance. It's up to us to do something with it. Now, what were we talking about? I have something for you, Captain.
You'll send him along when you're done, Deputy?
We're going to bring them back, then use them to track down the terramorphs.
The Unity will change you. I hope it will be for the better. Go, before I change my mind.
And the timing of that one. No heroics, okay? You get in hot water, you come get us. Convincing the cabinet to help us access our old terramorph data is the best shot we've got at understanding what might have happened on Tau Ceti.
That's dangerous. You just saw that, right? You would tell me if I was losing my mind.
Some terramorphs, they can induce this fog.
Undercutting me in front of the whole cabinet? Thanks for that.
What do you say we go get a look at your handiwork up close?
These logs, they're even more thorough than I remembered. Genetic workups, population statistics, hell, even their food chain.
We were good at it. Had a lot of successes. And did a lot of harm.
That man continues to make my life harder than it needs to be. Using them to clean up the terramorphs and leeches, though, it's not going to be nearly as expedient as the microbe would be.
Did you hear that noise? But it doesn't answer any of the big questions. Whenever we needed to head out into the field, collect a new specimen, or gather materials, Kaiser let us do work no other unit was capable of.
I know you can defeat the Hunter, old friend.
I'm honored to be a part of it.
It's working! Her thralls are going down! That weapon needs repairs! I just wanted to make sure you knew all the hurdles we're about to face. A battle that he ultimately ended up losing anyway, devastating the UC fleet and bringing the colony war to an ugly end for the UC. Nos belli machinis. Won't be able to use Kaiser's voice controls until he hears that phrase. So, where is Kaiser hiding out these days?
I was hoping to find a new purpose out there in the galaxy, but nothing really stuck. Until I got the message about the terramorphs on Tau Ceti.
I am glad you told me the truth. Eventually. You're not so tough!
But in the data, the research team found the location of a few remaining specimens.
Older model, but it'll do. Get this loaded up. Okay. Still as ugly at the micro level as they are at the macro level.
The military tried to hold them back, but this was in the heart of the colony war, so resources were too thin. Hey! Over here!
I have also found that advice is a poor substitute for experience. I ask you again, go to Earth's moon.
And be sure to leave enough creature for me to get my sample.
We could speed up their breeding process using some of the same technologies that were used to create me.
Well, we've got an independent witness, they just might.
They are important. The president, military heads, top scientists. Only they can make a request to access the Armistice archives. Because if tragedies like Tau Ceti and Londinian are just prelude to more attacks, I have no doubt you'll get the body count you require. Now, we've still got details to hammer out, but the biggest hurdle with this plan is finding all these terramorphs.
I do not always know if you are a person I should be helping. Forgive me.
I'd love the chance to see an Ashta up close someday. This is just hard to find out all at once. Good point. Deal with one monster at a time. Let's go get that final sample. It'll be good to feel the Martian dirt under my boots again. I need to think about that. Probably a long shot, but you didn't happen to grab one, did you? They ran off. Connection restored. I'll make this quick. My gear's packed up. Let's go. Yeah, I think you might be out of luck trying to collect from them. But you helped me get off this rock alive. Yeah, I'm sure I can scrounge up something for you.
We'd explored the possibility, but the radar only finds the things for us.
I can't blame you. Human colonized planets go from minding their own business to having a 2-ton tank of carapace on their doorstep. One colony has already been wiped out. You okay? Vitals all still where they're supposed to be? Plus, maybe just pop by a hospital for a little bit. Their weapons fixed! This might be an excellent spot for an outpost. Am I being reassigned? Can't believe it. I'll check the ship for damages. I think we're being followed. Captain. Deputy told me what went down. Sounds like things got a bit messy. What's done is done, I suppose. But Tau Ceti's newly colonized. Now maybe this one's just a weird mutant. Maybe someone set up an undocumented settlement here 100 years ago. Materials documenting banned research, like xeno-warfare, were placed in a central archive. Captain, up to you. Never a dull moment.
Is that what you think?
Talk to the Keeper. See what he knows of his other self.
Nice shot! You hit their weapon! Of course. Any loss is hard. And an experience on a scale like this. Safe travels. You didn't happen to grab me a tissue sample, did you? Not a bad idea. Other manifests might be less corrupted. Get us a beat on our sample. You took it down. By yourself. Maybe the universe sent me my shock trooper after all.
Once they're primed, just get close and trigger the lure. Then my tweak should get the creature's attention. A few rounds should be all you need to set it off.
Why would you tell us it was Orlays?
I understand. If you haven't gotten to them by the time I'm done at Reliant, I'll talk to them myself.
But we also need to get this sample properly analyzed. Get confirmation on just how concerned we should be. Most creatures couldn't adapt to living in this environment. We'll try it. Percival, you should unplug and find somewhere we can talk. Privately. Looks like we're alone out here.
So what do we got here? Too clean to be one of the settlers? Or a pirate? You see on patrol, maybe? Make my day if you said you were a shock trooper out for a stroll.
Trekker's gone quiet. I suspect it's either hiding or back in business. Still in decent shape. Of all the things to survive. You kill the morph, you break the hold. But this means we're gonna need to be real careful with our fire. And keep that EM weapon at the ready. Took hundreds of years for terramorphs to spread across the stars. We're gonna need to be a lot faster cleaning them up.
Shit. Stop. Stop whatever you're doing and get in cover. It's on the move.
Everyone is affected differently. Some barely feel a thing. Some hear voices. Others think everyone around them is about to eat their children.
Where the hell did they run off to?
Both plans are going to take major investments in time and resources. We're talking years of work, not to mention some highly specialized materials.
Oh, God. Captain! You're going to be okay. It's not real. Whatever you're experiencing right now, it's not real. We have to put down that morph.
Kaiser, maybe you can go relock those doors we opened. Just as a precaution. We'll collect you once we're done.
I'm sure the captain just misspoke.
These people have plenty of reason to be upset with me. The Red Devils meant a lot to them.
Kaiser, this flora, this is Lazarus plant, isn't it? I've only seen one other tissue sample like this. From Londinian. A place terramorphs wiped off the map.
I was part of a special UC program to create the next generation of great military minds. Was enrolled at the Sword Military Academy, age 7.
I don't doubt he believes it. The question is, should we? Don't think I haven't racked my brain. But this can be done judiciously.
If you can unlock it and grant me remote access, I should be able to help you bring the facility's turrets back online.
Percival. God, it's good to see you. I was worried when I heard they'd crammed an antique like you down in that pit.
Oh my God. Are you talking about Nira?
Nope. Not even an iota. Now let's talk about something else, okay? Kaiser, kick it off. Lou gave me the abridged version of what went down. Yeah, I can't thank you enough for taking care of all that.
Not done with me yet.
Yeah, the deputy mentioned how things went at the embassy. Sounds like diplomacy might not be your forte. Connection restored. Hope it wasn't too bad a walk. I'll make this quick. No, they weren't. No. Thank you.
That heat leech became a terramorph. The pests that have snuck onto every planet are baby terramorphs.
I'm not talking to you.
There you are. I think we've got our plan together. Were you able to get Marcus' contract?
Captain, you're with me. I'll walk you through how we're gonna solve this thing. It's only the captain who has yet to make their thoughts known. It's hard for me to think of anything that happened during the war as a victory. I'm not proud of all the harm my xeno-warfare unit did. No aging. No chemical accumulation. It's like it came out of nowhere. All right, take care of yourself out there.
Once they're online, just lead the terramorph into the fray and watch the fireworks.
Haven't brought the joke to your homeworld just yet, huh?
Right? But if he has something to gain from helping us prevent terramorph attacks, I'm not seeing it. Let's go. All right, there. That looks good. Good.
I just wanted to make sure you knew all the hurdles we're about to face.
There's no getting in there without the cabinet's say-so. And the cabinet is only willing to help if they get to talk to us first. So right now, it's the only option we've got. Will you do it?
We'll last a lot longer if we avoid dangerous areas like this, Captain.
No. They made a pretty grave miscalculation. Agreed. It doesn't make sense.
That was a well-fought battle.
I'd hope your continued existence would have sufficed.
No, I don't. Working at the TMD headquarters was an exciting opportunity, but I'm not made for desk work. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad to be here. I mean, I do too, but leaving the TMD? That's a big decision. Been a long time since the place looked this good. Sounds like we're visiting the underground. I'm not surprised he saw sacrificing others as an acceptable way to solve a problem. But those are honestly all just educated guesses until we get the connection reset. You can trust me with your things. I'll keep them safe. Percival's already getting the Devil's HQ online so we can hit the ground running.
Okay, I'm listening. What's going on?
I don't think we can do this without her.
When the war finally ended, swaths of that world were so devastated they were effectively abandoned. I'll fall in behind you.
We've seen. It's not.
Thanks. Glad knowing I've got someone I can trust watching my back. If they had a faster gestational cycle, they might be the galaxy's dominant species. It shouldn't be here.
And yet you're still standing here. Think you made my point for me.
Grab that recording. We should talk. I think we lost them. We need to keep them away from the troopers and deal with these things fast before they turn any soldiers against us. At this point, we've got more options to explore than people to work on them. Considering what the Lazarus plant is capable of, I don't think we can deal with those things fast enough. There's no way a plant this rare just shows up on New Atlantis and Tau Ceti. Someone transported it there. Which can only mean... I took one out! It's hard to know. Unlike my father, the cabinet aren't butchers. But killing UC citizens, along with everything else he's done, is unforgivable. But do you think you could do some snooping around? See if you can turn up any information on who might have committed the attacks. Our weapons could use some repairing!
You're choosing nothing but betrayal, deceit. No. Maybe I don't.
So we all came to the conclusion the best place to do this research was where it was made. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars. Whatever it was must have run off. So what do you say? Go with me to New Atlantis and address the cabinet? Some of the containment chambers were a bit on the, unpleasant side. But the Model A's made short work of that. Everything the Freestar Collective and UC could muster, ground troops, xenoweapons, mechs, was hurled into the fray. Should let you keep tabs on how close the Terramorph is. But it's powered down. The switch is on the floor above you. Throw that, and we should be in business. Target down! Nice work, Captain!
Those are not my words.
I'm not too proud. Thank you for saving my ass. Yeah, the, deputy was just telling me we're going to be having visitors as we work. I'm sure they'll be lovely house guests. What's going through your head right now? Captain, what you did back at Mast? Standing by to assist in combat. Hey, before we headed in, I wanted to mention what you said earlier about my father. I just really appreciate you telling me. Yes. Exactly what we all thought he was. I haven't spent much time in New Atlantis since the end of the war. Jemison must have seemed like a miracle to the early settlers from Earth.
No. That was never why.
He said he'd be willing to give his clearance, contingent on the cabinet agreeing to see us.
In the interim, we can discuss alternate plans.
With both of us.
Oh, and if you find yourself in hot water at any point, come back to this building. It didn't follow me when I limped in here. I don't think it'd follow you.
All set on your gear? Are you ready to do this?
You can even show them this. My gene tag. Tell them Hadrian Sanon thinks there could be another Londinian on the horizon. They should recognize the name.
I need some help over here.
Now, it's possible to get things out of there, but only with the agreement of members from all three factions. Nowhere in the galaxy would be safe. You look like you found the Terramorph. Is there something I can do? Something you still wanted to discuss?
Excellent.
I was sure it was my father. Description sounds right, but part of the container ID's been corrupted. You're still in one piece. Look, the sensors, I didn't realize they'd... I'm sorry I put you more in harm's way. Now, there's something I can do for you?
We were asked to explore the possibility, yes. But it never went anywhere. The creatures were too willful. And too brutal.
The Battle of Nera. I wasn't there, but my soldiers were. We suffered heavy losses. No telling how long the cabinet's gonna keep us waiting out here.
Well, I can handle this!
Need to stay sharp. One guess what she's going to ask us.
That's gonna leave a mark.
Oh, and if you find yourself in hot water at any point, come back to this building. It didn't follow me when I limped in here. I don't think it'd follow you. Take your time. We don't want to miss anything. Looks just like the processing plant where we met on Tau Ceti, Captain. Hopefully Terramorphs won't bother us in this place either.
Why do you ask?
What do we have here? But this leech, it absorbed something from the Lazarus plant and matured instantly. I'll stay right here.
I'm aiming for non-vitals.
It has been a long time since I have laughed. But I suppose you are not wrong.
The tissue sample you collected on Tau Ceti. It seems it's a match for the only sample recovered from Londinian. A world wiped out by terramorphs. Honestly, right now, I wouldn't mind a little distraction.
I really have. New Atlantis is grand, but this place became my home. But there will be plenty of time for nostalgia later.
I'm just more shocked my father wasn't connected somehow. He was the only link we had to the Lazarus plant. So how'd Orlays come across it? What would you like to know? He would have happily told you he was one of the greats. Ultimately, though, it didn't matter. Same mistake the UC made. Ignoring all the red flags. You're back already? You did it, didn't you? You just flatlined a terramorph? They were a significant part of my studies at one point, and life as we know it is in danger. I see. It would have been good to be able to question him, but I've been in those situations. I'm sorry you had to go through it. So, will you accompany me to New Atlantis? I already dropped off the data I collected on Tau Ceti. That should be enough to at least pique their interest. Made it look easy. Great job. Now grab a tissue sample and get up here. The kill lanes. They're set up but need power. There's breakers on each of the buildings you can throw to get them live. See you around. I didn't sleep for weeks after I found out. I'll give you what I can. You certainly deserve it. Forewarning, though, I'm not exactly New Atlantis royalty. Now, the UC has a small operating base on Londinian's outskirts. All right? Now we can figure out if this is as bad as it seems.
Should be a terminal in the same building as the hub that'll let you make the adjustments.
We can't let more like him abuse these gifts to destroy whatever is in their way.
Dealing with ambassadors? I think I'd rather fight more terramorphs. The UC, Freestar, and House Faroon. They made a lot of decisions about what sort of tactics should and shouldn't be permitted in future conflicts. It certainly does.
Saw the thing myself. Real. And disconcerting.
He can't be permitted to act again. To kill again. It's nice to see the place up and running again. There's something on the horizon, that's for sure. We just need to not let that distract us from the work at hand. It was sadness and anger for a long time after that. But these days, it's more of a numbness when I think about it at all. What? Make it quick. Now, all that aside, there is another option for removing the terramorphs from our worlds. It's faster, more efficient, but riskier. That seems possible. If anyone else in the galaxy would know about this phenomenon, it'd be the colonies. I think you've got other things you need to deal with. Shield systems down! All these leeches. What's keeping you things warm? That Vivictus is still alive. Getting Kaiser back? That turns dozens of methods for dealing with the terramorphs down to, well, a much more manageable number. No one's ever found out how they follow us, and those appearances, they took time. Means woe to the defeated in Old Earth Latin. Bye, Captain. He was executed for acts he committed during the war. The man caused a lot of death. On both sides. After all, it could be my last chance. A calculated loss. These soldiers for the rest of the galaxy. That sounds exactly like what my father would do. But Tau Ceti's newly colonized, 25 years max. Fire in the hole! Strange. To go to all that trouble and not state your reasons. I'm a little dumbstruck myself. You're right. The kill lanes. They should be online. You see Vanguard? Well, that'll do. But I'm not one of the settlers. But wait.
Terramorphs, they're an invasive species. They followed humans across the galaxy, but no one knows exactly how.
You think you might be willing to lend me a hand? Wait. If the plant was used to trigger the attacks, that means Vivictus, he might have been involved in what happened on New Atlantis.
It could mean millions of deaths. The captain went to great lengths to have another party with first-hand knowledge of the Londinian sample confirm the match, chief diplomat. Which they did.
Nope, not even an iota. We've got work to do, all right? You just walked right through it to get here. Courier handed me a slate. Guess someone had picked up a strange signal on a flyby. Thought I might want to check it out. It's a disconcerting experience, but it's not an insurmountable one.
So I don't care if Vivictus is alive or dead. He can rot for all I care. We're the ones who are making the settled systems and the UC better.
The only other documented time terrormorphs showed up uninvited like this, well, the world they showed up on had to be abandoned.
Captain, still no word from the cabinet. Anything you wanted to discuss in the interim? That bad, huh? Well, I'd like to say yes, but we're not going to know where we're heading until the next scan. This is nothing! I'm still a little perplexed.
How the hell did Orlais manage to find the Lazarus plant?
Then I'll see you on Mars.
After all, if anyone knows the hunter's secrets, it's himself.
That trust made it to the battlefield, too. We had each other's backs every step of the way. I wouldn't trade a single one of them for anything in the universe.
Quite true.
If this sample is what I think it is, then it could mean more terramorph attacks, just like the one here. From a creature we don't even know how to find. But people have only been on Tau Ceti for 25 years? Less? And yet just outside those walls stalks one of the most dangerous predators man has met. Because if tragedies like Tau Ceti are just prelude to more attacks, I have no doubt you'll get the body count you require. You! Move quickly, quietly up to the second floor of the main building. The one with the big Tau sign. Your life may depend on it.
So long as he's on a planet with some modicum of civilization, you should be able to cobble together most of what he might need.
Sure, Captain.
A perfect specimen for a world like this, capable of hibernating for generations at a stretch. Why do you know that, Kaiser? We met when I was 19. The UC assigned him to be the co-head of my xenowarfare unit. I was. Long time ago. Family tradition. But I know some of the folks from my old unit moved into the Vanguard. A couple even owe me favors. If I'm lucky, your commander is one of them. UC and Freestar, military, and civilians. Kaiser, get us into the spaceport.
Grenade deployed!
Pheromonic projection. Hello. Those sensors I mentioned? Part of a system these settlers built to track their livestock. Wish I'd found this sooner.
I'm in. Nice work. Now, before I was mauled, I've been rigging the facility's fuel tanks to draw in the creature. There. Now they're primed.
You can even show them this. My gene tag. Prove we're working together. I expect they'll recognize the name. Should let them know we're here to help. You know, you could have mentioned you were Vanguard. Captain?
You are not the person I knew, but it is good to see you again. I do not always know who you will be. I hope I am right this time.
Hi. Hello. Anything? The UC assigned them to be my guardians when I was born. But we grew to love each other like any other family.
Now, officer. I'm requesting reassignment, Captain.
Unfortunately, we are not. Yes. Yes, ma'am. That's no trouble at all.
And the Aseles seem like they're even better at tracking leeches than morphs.
Our thoughts exactly. But I knew the answer before I even finished the thought. I didn't.
But you need to know, Londinian, it belongs to the terramorphs.
Delays could mean lives here, Captain. No.
Additionally, it explains why once the Aseles were gone, the outbreak there was so catastrophic. And just getting the UC alone on board is going to be hard enough. Why wouldn't you tell me?
Then we can see about getting things back online.
I'm not exactly thrilled to find out you've been keeping something like this from me. But like Percival said, at least we can do something about it now.
And I'm worried a lot more people could end up like these settlers if I don't get it.
That old robot's been MIA for a while, so chances are he's gonna need some repairs. Oh, we blew past weird a long, long time ago. But don't worry, I'll keep it professional.
I'm honestly not sure. But these cells, they show none of the signs of chemical accumulation I'm used to seeing in terramorphs.
It's not an easy experience to describe, but the Unity will speak to you, offer you the chance to become Starborn.
Damn, they were just here. All right, back at it.
Normal terramorphs, you can see the environment they've matured in reflected in their cells.
The hunt for the artifacts will continue after this meeting ends. I had hoped the hunter and I could come to an agreement over what to do with you, but now you are here.
Certainly doesn't mean it's going to be easy. But we're not gonna know until Percival and I dig in, so whenever you're ready.
I don't think we'll find much worth taking around here.
Not now, okay?
I am not who you think I am. This universe is only the first one you have been to. I have seen hundreds.
Haven't brought the joke to your homeworld just yet, huh? Normally, though, that maturation takes decades, even centuries. But Tau Ceti's newly colonized. I'm not about to let him control my future. And thanks to what we've done together, that future is brighter than it has been in a long time. Get the weapons primed. We can't let them catch us off guard.
Understand. It's because we must.
There were also some sensors scattered around the facility that I didn't recognize. You gotta be kidding me. You've known all along? And decided now was the time to bring it up.
I saw myself at the TMD for the long haul, but if Percival already okayed this, then I'm in.
Since the outbreak, Londinians belonged to the Terramorphs.
Sure, I think this is the answer we've been looking for.
You've seen the terror the Contra causes with your own eyes. Every time a Starborn goes through the Unity, they get more artifacts, find more temples, gain more power.
Ve Victus? My father, what are you—
The scope's just over here. There's the control panel. Still looks operable, too.
That's some impressive sleuthing. I can hardly believe it. But if he was involved, we've got a lot of work ahead of us.
Of course. Vanguard have other commitments, but when you're done with those, I'd owe you big if you could get this to my man.
I mean, I hope they will. But accessing the archives, it's not 100% up to them.
You're back. So what did you want to discuss?
I can't believe it.
You are asking me to give up more than you know.
Here it comes. Hey, that could hurt someone.
Luckily,
I think I know just the person to help with the sample. I wouldn't keep everyone waiting for long.
here's hoping you turn up some answers. You get the sample? Let Kaiser take a look.
Well then, let's go take a look at your hard work.
Either I got hit harder than I thought, or you've got some incredible timing.
I came here on a rumor of a... Well, I expect you saw the results on your way in.
You've got nothing to apologize for.
Yes, it will be, Captain.
Get behind me!
Kaiser lets us do field work with a level of precision that there's really no other way to accomplish. It would be the more efficient option.
Seek the moon of old Earth. There are secrets there you must discover for yourself.
You're right. You've earned it at this point.
So yes, we're good. Mostly.
Don't give him ideas, Marcus.
I think I have. It's a hard thing to admit, but no amount of grief can erase the choices I've made. I'll always have regrets, but I know I can't change the past.
No. Just that your rumor monger seems to lack in imagination.
Need me to lend a hand? This way.
And be sure to leave enough creature for me to get my sample.
After some early fits and starts at other facilities, the place eventually became the heart of UC xeno-warfare.
Little problems left unchecked become big problems. And we fix big problems here, not make them.
Those sound like our samples, all right. But part of the container ID's been corrupted.
Once the tanks are primed, if you can get close and trigger one, my tweak should get the creature's attention. A few rounds to the tank should be all you need to detonate.
Which means the cabinet is going to want their say. But before we get up there, there's something else I thought you should know.
Well, they're not exactly buying tickets and flying coach. Besides, Percival will never let me forget it if I turn down field work in favor of a desk job. Let's get moving.
Even if I kind of wish you hadn't. And here, it's not exactly a bounty, but you certainly deserve them. Should cover the cost to fuel to Mars, at least. That's right. You would need that. Whoever gave you these leads sure knew their stuff.
That's a kill! The shields need immediate repair! You can free the controlled by killing the morph, but we're gonna have to be extra cautious out there.
We've got our orders. Let's move. I've got your back.
But the microscopic world has a tendency to behave in ways you can't always predict. So to say there's zero risk would be a lie. This atmospheric composition is bad news. We can't go any further without our suits.
I know.
And we believe the Aciles can get us there. But, well, there is another option that we think might be able to handle that too.
The Colony War saw a lot of hard fighting, but Nira got it the worst. Which means I'll have to leave delivering the sample to you. Please, I'll give you what I can. You certainly deserve it. Forewarning, though, I'm not exactly New Atlantis royalty. I need Dr. Percival Walker to put together a sample analysis for this thing. Full workup. He'll know what that means. We've already made a lot of progress getting this place back online.
You're alive. Is it safe to say the Terramorph's not?
That's what I saw, too. Saw it with our own eyes. Percival assures me that they're minimal. Here we go.
One of the most memorable was an insect-like predator I encountered on a remote planet in the Moloch system.
Certainly. This is for you. I would remind the chief diplomat who he's speaking to. If it's my father you're looking to address, you're welcome to consult a medium.
You've witnessed the power granted by the temples, the anarchy that can be unleashed. These are sacred gifts meant for the deserving. Your success is unprecedented. Before you came, we were just discussing how continued use of force against you is unwise.
Terramorphs come by their name honestly. Can I presume it's dead then? Oh, are. But now's not the time, alright? We've got a lot more important work right now.
I believe there is someone who might know where he is. Keeper Aquilus, the version of the hunter who came to understand peace.
So I don't care if Faye Victus is alive or dead. He can rot for all I care. What we're setting right now, that belongs to us. And that is truly what matters. I would also ask, how many deaths the cabinet requires to act? 50? 50,000? And Kaiser, maybe you can go relock those doors we opened, just as a precaution. We'll collect you once we're done. And there's no one he's in contact with that could help him on the outside? He got a hold of you, didn't he? Biomes like this usually can't support life. Where do you need my help, Captain? It's appreciated, Sergeant, but we can take it from here.
Good. If things get hot, just come back here. This'll be home base. Creature didn't follow me in here. I don't think it'll follow you.
Good news. Thanks. The project never got off the ground, but the data our team gathered is now sitting in the archives, along with all the other information banned after the Colony War. Eyes peeled, but it still cuts deep. I need some time to think about this. Oh, sheesh. No wonder no one's found him. Good thing, too. I don't think one of those things would have come quietly. Neither do I. That's exactly what it sounds like. Someone saw the Lazarus plant in action and used it to trigger the attacks. I get it. And I get that you've already gone above and beyond here for me. But I really need your help. I'm sure we can find a use for this. I already sent along info to the cabinet to get them up to speed. I appreciate it. That sound! What is that? Now, where were we? Ah, right.
Why don't you think on it? Consider what's at stake. Is there not a world you care for? It might not be there without our work.
The way those people were acting. I've seen this before. They were under the Terramorph's influence, weren't they? Things are good. It's nice to see the place cleaned up again. Brings back a lot of old memories.
Here, to open the way. Once you have found it, we can see if you are ready to enter the Unity.
They'll have anti-Xeno gear for us at the base, but I'd make sure you've got your favorite arms on hand.
Guess we're done talking?
Clone, honestly, isn't even really the right term for our relationship, thanks to the amount of donor material that was required to bring me into this world. No, I don't believe he is. I'd love for you to be right. And it is just one piece of data. But we can't be the people who saw a warning sign and ignored it. We should head back. Whatever's out here, it's more dangerous than us. Using a method that thousands of years of adaptation have already perfected. Hand-customized military Model A. Part lab facility, part combat bot. It's amazing to me that Aquila's arid climate allows for any farms at all. Need something out of my pack?
There you are. I've got a lead.
You're welcome to have this. And I'm sure he'd rather not go around asking favors when he doesn't have to. It's a disconcerting experience, but it's not an insurmountable one. I'm inclined to agree. That option seems far-fetched. But the vast majority of humanity lives in just a couple systems. Target those worlds first, and humankind's in the clear. I'd rather know the truth, you know? There is.
I mean, there has to be. We just have to find it.
I can handle this!
Yes, I do. Go ahead.
Well, that's still not 100%. But it sounds like the Vanguard will actually be picking up a fair bit of it. Well, we've got an independent witness. They just might. Anything could happen in there. We need to be ready. Kaiser, see if you can't find another way to get it open. We do. Means woe to the defeated in Old Earth Latin. A title he earned.
But with commitment on a grand scale, it can be done. The UC has the resources to pull something like this off.
Hostiles down!
We shouldn't keep the cabinet waiting.
He killed those people. Condemned this city to keep them from sharing what they might have seen. He was a... Was this... This was a massacre.
You doing okay? This is going to require some extra assistance, Captain.
So, here's how I'd like to proceed.
I need to get this data into the hands of the cabinet anyway. Once you've made up your mind, you can find me out front of Mast on New Atlantis.
Good.
Bingo. Stay sharp and we'll be fine. Trajan was my older brother. I knew him better than any of my other siblings. We went to the academy together, so we had a chance to get close. I'd like to stop by the Sixth Circle for a drink, if you don't mind.
And through that, we entered the Unity.
Out of the question. If he's not dealt with, he could act again. Kill again. If only the fire team had been so lucky. I'd just be honest about what you saw. A colony wiped out, and a lot of lives lost. Something we don't want anyone else to have to experience.
The creature appears to avoid this building, so this will be home base. If things get hot, you return here.
The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Already has the equipment, the safety measures.
Careful! Their weapons back online!
Percival, how big did you say this shipping yard was? Percival, you all set to hook into their comms tower? You're there? In one piece. All right. I'll try to make this quick then. Let's see what we...
Well, I'd like to think it's because I was good at it, but then I was raised to be.
He is on a planet like that. Right?
Given what we know now about the Lazarus plant, the speed of the job does matter. But going with the Asylees, we're at least dealing with known risks.
Not now.
Jacob. God, it's good to see you. I was worried when I'd heard they'd cram an antique like you in a place like this.
Captain, that's the president of the colonies. If the Lazarus plant can be used to induce terramorph transformations, could someone have used that to trigger the attacks in New Atlantis?
Or we continue on like we were before this fun little revelation ever happened. Ah, so you are, you see. And if they sent you way out here, 20 credits says you're Vanguard. Something I can do for you?
You can do this. Show it messed with the wrong shock trooper.
Now you're saying it, didn't even actually happen? Unfortunately for us all, yes, it's true.
This one, though, shows none of that aging. It's like just, came out of nowhere. Fully formed. Just like the ones that destroyed Londonian.
We should check in with the officer on duty.
You have come far. To see such anger in you pains me.
Suppose that makes us even then.
Well, you've done the Vanguard proud. We're going to need all the help we can get to figure out how to deal with these attacks.
Track him down, get him to verify that sample's as bad as I think it is, and I'll join you on Mars once I've taken care of things here.
You want to call it quits? We're not going to complain.
So, time is of the essence. I believe I should be able to get us an audience with the Colonial Cabinet, the heads of all the UC's various divisions.
So? What do you think you were doing back there? Those people did not have to die.
This is a dangerous assignment, but you all are here because you can handle it.
A friend, although not the one you're expecting.
So unless we find that transmission method and deal with it too, there's no way for us to know if we've done the job right or not. And that starts on Londonian. Come on. Airlock's this way.
That you're harboring secrets about my father? Oh, how big of you. But I'm not going to be able to figure out anything until you've granted me access to the system. Which means a trek to that outpost. He's really been out there. All this time. Anything technical comes up, I can jump in. The city itself grew fast, but it was short-lived. Place was only founded during the Colony War to keep up with all the UC's increased industrial needs.
Damn!
I'm hit! Well, to be honest, no. I hadn't planned to tell you or anyone, because it's not relevant. Think the president takes priority here. At this point, the data's given us more options to explore than we have people to work on them. The cabinet. They're going to have to help after they hear what happened. One of the proudest days of my life. With some clever science and the right raw materials, yes, I think we can. And we've got plans for both.
You should be able to check in with the resource officer in the lobby and she'll clear you to head up to the cabinet chambers.
Did my father know about all this? Any new orders for me?
You're right.
The project never got off the ground, but the data our team gathered, the data that's now sitting in the archives, that weapon won't fire!
We're gonna send the only other person who knows the stakes.
And yes, the captain and I, we were sent here to help you with these terramorphs.
Terramorphs only appear decades, even centuries after humans have settled on a new planet.
You were just doing your duty, after all. I know what a burden that can be. Yeah, well, there's a reason I'd never brought it up. Even if it doesn't really mean a whole hell of a lot now that he's dead. It won't be an issue for me, ma'am. The settlers outfitted most of the buildings with turrets at some point. Not sure how many are still operable, but at least a few appeared to be in fighting shape.
You will be leaving this universe behind to be reborn. Everything you were before will be gone.
Found them!
It is not about you or me. The unity is greater than us.
Terramorphs only appear on human-settled worlds, but usually decades, even a century after people have set up shop. I'll make sure we're ready to put that machine to use as soon as you've got him.
What I heard as well.
Captain, let's move. I'll be right behind you. Hello. It looks like these settlers built a tracking system for their livestock. Wish I'd found that sooner. They didn't give us much of a choice. You were following orders. I know how hard that can be. I can't fault you for doing your duty. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things she needed to discuss with you first. You okay, Captain?
This meeting is usually only among my kind. But no. I see now you are right to be here. You are the unknown variable. The reason this hunt for the artifacts is so different.
I did. At the time, I thought it was the right thing. For him and for me. But now, so we'll just have to make sure to watch out for each other down there. Kulkarni and Logan, I expect, will understand the gravity of the situation. The rest of them... And two, they want to discuss what happened on Tau Ceti. I'm ready.
I can even pay you if that's what you're after.
And... I guess in the spirit of full disclosure... There's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there. That their nymphs are capable of a next-to-level sort of camouflage. That they release spores that get stuck on ships.
I was an illogical researcher. A long time ago. Terramorphs were a significant part of my studies at one point.
I've loved our travels together, but there really is nowhere like home. I'd be happy to help carry some things. The data that's in the archives, it's historical write-ups, anatomical notation, food chain analyses. We need to talk to the cabinet. Terramorph didn't get you, huh? That's good to know. Because this one, well, it's an anomaly. A worrying one. Keep that trigger finger in check. What can I do? Acknowledged and accepted, I guess. Thanks, Captain. We think we can bring back the Asyles, and then use them to find and clean up the terramorphs.
You chose the hunter's path. I do what I must.
Vanguard. You see Navy? Well, that'll do. Oh, that old line. Yeah, I'm not buying it. You were selfish. It's the older model. All right, let's see what you can do. Running basic diagnostics? Nothing. Maybe a flag scan? No. Spectrograph. Damn.
Vladimir, giving our new member both barrels the first time you meet?
But most of the rest were deployed to the front lines during the Colony War, and they never came back. Admin access is centralized to the terminal in this room. Nothing's coming back online if I'm not here.
And we've got more than a couple ways to even those odds.
Het. Akiranta mubba. I will raise hell in Latin. It's half the motto of the old Red Devils unit. Words of a lost.
Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe it's not as dire as it seems.
What he's doing working for an organization with other human beings, like the Authority, is anyone's guess.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Unlike my father, the cabinet aren't butchers. They'll give him the punishment he's earned. You were doing what you were ordered to do. Yeah, I do understand that, Captain. I hope it ultimately didn't end up being too much trouble.
But what if we could let something else do the work for us? Come on, I'll walk you through what we're thinking.
Good. Now just stash that sample with Kaiser and we're done. No, why would you be? But I need a tissue sample from that creature's corpse, and I am in no shape to get it on my own. Something I'd love to learn more about, if we had the people to look into it.
As you can see,
Marcus is going to stay here and make sure we're able to roll right back into our work should we get the cabinet's consent.
Well, ma'am, it seems your report is incorrect. Francois Sanon was responsible for the attacks. Oh, and take some time to refuel once you arrive. No telling what the cabinet's going to ask of us once we get their sign-off. Well, if it weren't for you, I might have never learned the truth.
No. We can take our leave.
why? Did he say why he did it?
You thought some more about collecting Kaiser? As much as it pains me to say, I think it's probably the right move.
Don't mind the arm. Just a reminder I need to keep a better lookout.
Well, would you look at that? Kaiser. Will those do the job? They Victus. Could he have been involved in the attack on New Atlantis? Look, I never could have predicted where this was going. But without you, I might have never learned the truth of this whole thing.
This one? Showing up here at a young colony? It means that plague is accelerating.
Well, it sounds like the deputy has a couple of items she needs to go over with you first. Most important of which is getting you your citizenship.
Wait. Kaiser. Did you find Kaiser?
So if what happened on Londinian, sudden, brutal attacks just like this one, can happen anywhere? No place in the galaxy would be safe. It makes some sense, actually. I honestly was just wondering the same thing.
Then it'll just be up to you and I to convince them to back our request to collect the research.
When people find out who I am, it usually makes things complicated. Tracker's gone quiet. I suspect it's either hiding or it moved. Hasn't left the spaceport, has it?
So the problem we're up against is vast. Terramorphs, they can be anywhere. Meaning us finding and disposing of them ourselves isn't an option.
But I don't see a better option to solving what's going on here. So it's gonna be up to us to get them on board.
Where I came from, I was the one who stayed at the lodge to protect the artifacts. You died on board the Eye while we held off the Hunter.
It was our job to make sure the soldiers were well trained enough to handle the aliens, and that the aliens played nicely with our soldiers. And only our soldiers.
But you need to know, Londinian, it's a war zone. Yep. One-of-a-kind salvage. Licensed to an Angelo Alonso. Goes by Gel. It means a lot to know I've got people I can count on. Thank you, Captain.
It was the central hub for Asili's processing during the colony war.
HQ's looking good, huh? I'm proud of what we're doing here. Can you imagine living on this tiny fishing platform your whole life? I honestly don't know. If it were me, I'd make damn sure he never spoke to another human being again. But I may be a bit less than impartial. Exactly. To access the archives, we need to get the UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun to all agree to help. I guess you're right. I always imagined that future would be here at the TMD, but, well, maybe a change of scenery wouldn't be so bad. Those samples are going to be safest with Kaiser. Is there any chance you might be willing to deliver this sample for me? Have someone confirm if it's as bad as I suspect?
They're young, unblemished. Like this terramorph just materialized out of nowhere.
Be safe out here without me. My greatest hope? Since when are you a philosopher?
Shit, it's got him! Focus on the morph! It dies, they're freed!
A plant this rare showing up unbidden on 2 different UC planets. I think it's more than just possible that human hands were involved here.
You knocked out one of their weapons!
It means human settlements throughout the galaxy could be at risk. Terramorphs have taken down far bigger colonies than this one. Sorry, I'm not a mind reader.
Morphs! Open fire!
Good. Let's get out of here before this thing decides it wants to go another round. Given the proper dispersal tools, a few pilots could land on a world and clear the whole thing. Ve Victus? He's alive. Ah, wonderful. Thank you. Until you've been down there, it's hard to fathom how expansive the mines are. He killed those people to keep them from sharing what they might have seen. Condemned them all to death. He's... If we're in need of organic materials, this is the place to find them. Look, someone clearly knows about the plant and realized what ends it could be put towards. We'll tell the cabinet, and they'll ensure Ve Victus never does anything like this again.
We carry them with us somehow, but no one has found the mechanism.
No, we have to tell them. I mean, I had to, right? It could be my last chance. Oh, well, that means a lot. It's not something I'm exactly proud of. Exactly. Bring justice to everyone he's hurt. No. No, that can't be. I saw him. You swore. You were just doing your duty. I know. I know what that's like. I'm glad you told me. At long last. Tauceti, though, it's too young to have a terramorph population. This place has only been settled 20 years? Something just doesn't add up. It's the building in the middle of the facility. The terminal in there should allow you to grant me access to the system as a whole. I'd be happy to share some of the samples I collect. Check back anytime. I might have something for you.
I want you to accompany me to New Atlantis. We'll get this data collected in the right hands, and then you'll help me convince the cabinet to give us access.
There's no way a plant this rare, this fragile, just shows up here, New Atlantis, and Tauceti. The transformations on those worlds, they must have been triggered by human hands. That doesn't sound good. Eyes peeled.
Don't worry, I'll help Vladimir. You get out there and find another artifact.
Percival, map have a better option? Whatever was out there, it's moved on. I saw myself staying at the TMD for the long haul. But if life's taught me one thing, it's that plans don't always work out. I built my whole life around my service to the UC. It was my purpose. It almost felt like my life ended when the war did. Wait. He's the reason you've been gone for so long, isn't he? He gave you this information, found Kaiser. Did he say how he tracked them down?
Colonies are lucky to have you, Captain.
Vanguard. UC Navy. Well, that'll do.
Initially, we didn't think so either. But the Terramorph data changed our thinking. They look dangerous, but they're actually quite gentle. When I visited their homeworld, I followed a herd of them for days without any problems. Admin access is centralized to this building, so I need to stay here to get the system running as soon as the connection's live again. But at the very least, I should be able to give you covering fire from the roof. Time was I could access some of the best data on terramorphs in the galaxy. But now... Well, I think I know where we can find the next best thing. We think we found a way to do it. But there's no way I'm getting these defenses live on my own. And I have to get to the bottom of what happened here. They might not want to, but the stakes are different here, Percival. So you're gonna keep me guessing? You an unlucky tourist, or did the universe really send me that shock trooper like I've been asking?
If my father's alive and knew about the Lazarus plan, what do you think the chances are he was involved in the attacks?
Don't talk to me. Never wished I'd been more wrong about a theory. Percival, Kaiser's got the cell data from the New Atlantis and Tauceti attacks, right? It's a secure facility housing, well, information and research that was banned after the colony war ended 20 years ago. Who could pull something like this off? And why? Data that, if it didn't have the Red Devil's logo stamped on it, probably never would have been archived in the first place. I'm fine, ma'am. We've been having similar debates ourselves. I'm glad you were on my side back there. The dust at those depths, it seeps into everything. The human eye included.
where the name Red Devils came from in the first place.
I'll be fine. We've been having similar debates ourselves.
I am not who you think I am. This universe is only the first one you have been to. I have seen hundreds.
Keep ourselves from flying blind as we figure out exactly what's going on here and how to fix it. So in a way, we're likely just returning them home. Aren't you supposed to be somewhere?
But the thralls, they're attacking the anomaly. Percival, are you doing this?
If he's found some nefarious angle in helping stop terramorph attacks, I'm not seeing it. All right. Moment of truth, then. I spotted a microscope downstairs. I need a closer look at this.
You saw what I saw. These things are capable of dominating minds.
Okay, maybe not the best comparison, but I want to make sure you've got an idea what we're in for. Lou, can we borrow your back room?
We can't let good resources go to waste.
Aquila City's the galaxy's best testament to human resilience, if you ask me. Yes, but terramorphs, they're an invasive species. They follow humans across the galaxy, but no one knows exactly how.
So it might be good to run while the terramorphs pose a risk, the data on them doesn't.
I barely knew what to live for once the war was over. Heat leeches. They're terramorphs. Those little pests hide in ships. Let us transport them all over the known galaxy and grow into terramorphs. We just discovered how they get between planets.
It's a narcotic.
Well, apparently not. I can't believe this. This can't be possible. If he didn't die that day, then what the hell happened to him?
If I hadn't seen you use it myself, I'd never believe that power was real. Harvested to extinction. We were just in the right place at the right time. These attacks, they were planned. Us collecting these extra manifests is probably the surest way we find this sample, unless you think differently. I'm in no state to make an effective stand against that thing. But you bring it near the building. I can make sure it knows I'm still kicking.
Meaning it's probably safer if we try putting the morphs down ourselves. No backup. This time.
From what I saw, each building's got a couple breakers on it. Throw them, and it should get the turrets firing.
The ones that refuse to listen to me.
Fill out in second pass.
I wonder if there are others with that power out there somewhere. That they release microscopic eggs that are drawn to the heat of the ships. That their nymphs are capable of a next-level sort of camouflage.
And enemy's weapons offline!
They're not going to listen to me, you know that. I'm not even supposed to enter mast. And they're definitely not going to listen to you.
What went down out there?
Right. Settled systems are counting on us.
Understood.
You know, I was thinking, while we were up on that podium, if I wanted to try and see him again. Well, they've got a grudge, certainly, but wantonly killing UC citizens using terramorphs? I'm not sure I buy that.
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
Alive. They Victus is alive? How did you find him?
Talk to you soon.
Look out! I don't like this. We could be walking into a trap. So if we're gonna find what we need anywhere, it's there.
Kaiser, I'll watch your back. It's going to mean negotiations and deals and plenty of diplomatic legwork to see this through. Percival's already started the process of getting things back up and running. So that's where you and I will be heading. Or Lays.
Very well. If there is even a faint glimmer of the same person I knew, I will honor their wishes. Here. Now go.
We're not looking for trouble. Just Dr. Hamilton. Tell us where he is, and we'll be on our way.
If I knew I'd just be standing around, I might not have taken this job.
Wait, Sergeant. Your people turned on each other. Did this happen when they got close to the terramorph?
I am more than happy to oblige.
Do what you can. A suggestion to the right ears can work wonders.
Are you not even willing to try and get the information needed to protect the rest from attack?
Look, I don't want any trouble, but I'd get fired if I didn't call security to get this body out of here.
And even if he wasn't directly involved, I guarantee he knows something. But when the UC ran low on synthetic foods during the Colony War, the Asylees were chosen to fill in the gaps.
Is that the reason you ran from town? You're cooking drugs? You didn't actually kill a child, did you?
Lou said we could use the back. The slate. It's right over there. If you get affected, you just need to stay sharp. Verify your target before firing, and you should be fine.
We are here to talk, not posture.
It's been a while since I visited New Atlantis. Nice to be back. You remember that creature we talked about before you went to Nera? The thing that eats terramorphs, the Asyles? Perfect. Likely avoid having to toil for years running errands for the Navy. But he reached out to you, right? How do we know he doesn't have other contacts, too? Anything else we needed to discuss? A microbe. What if someone set this whole thing up?
My theory is the Terramorph found whatever chemicals they used here, or animals they butchered, weren't to its liking. Matured on site. If what I could glean, the process took minutes. Not centuries, not decades, minutes. 0 to Terramorph like that.
I'm gonna go get this work up into the cabinet's hands. I'll meet you out front of Mast in New Atlantis, under the watchful eye of monitors from all the galactic factions still participating in regular politics.
Don't give her ideas, Marcus.
Because you and I were the only eyewitnesses to the attack. What a coincidence. I'm not sure I like your decision-making. Fine. I'll try not to let the overtures of kindness go to my head. Captain, he needs to know. The captain's right. New Atlantis owes you all a debt of gratitude.
That does not give you license to wreck your way across other universes.
Fine with me. Their weapons back online! I think so. Yeah. Plus, we'd send handlers with them, just to make sure there's no issues with the local populace. Those people! It didn't have to go down like this. It's not me you need to be talking to right now. Well, thinking about it more, I suspect there'd be value in sharing the fact that the Terramorph project was, well, a failure. Getting Kaiser back, that gives us more than a few new paths forward on dealing with the Terramorphs. This has been a productive visit to HQ, but I'm ready to get back out in the field. Looking for some backup? Sure was. All the xenobiology experience in the galaxy won't protect you against something like that. Not without the right gear. Kaiser, can you extract the sample without killing it? So I'd like to know why the hell he said he'd help us. Stay sharp. As far as I'm concerned, this is enemy territory. Good work! They never stood a chance. The Terramorph project never went anywhere. It couldn't. They're deadly creatures, but they aren't xenoweapons. All right, I'll do it. If Percival okayed it, then I'm on board. Can't let you rookies have all the fun, right? But I guess we've got our answer now. Nothing left to do but head in and see what the cabinet thinks of it all. That was even easier than I expected. Explains why terramorphs take so long to appear on a newly colonized world. They're saving up for one hell of a metamorphosis. Their weapons have been reactivated! Hey, just be careful out there. Even if the information is good, it doesn't mean we should trust the source.
Only one sample ever made it off planet from that time. The memory I've got of it? Well, I think it looked just like this one.
Because there's nothing we can do about past choices. What we can do is try and make the right ones now. But you should thank those Vanguard buddies for us. I'm not going anywhere with you. I just thought you deserved to know.
Lou, can we borrow your back room?
Captain, now's really not the time to be making cracks like that. I do know the science. I also know math. And a 1 in a million chance of a mutation isn't 0. Be a lot easier if you just hand it over. I think it's the right call.
Do me a favor, could you check in at the Trade Authority? The man we're looking for is Marcus Hamilton.
Hand it over. I'll keep this area safe. I don't appreciate that kind of joke, Captain. They were my family. Don't bring them up again. No. I'm willing to try and make them better. The UC that kept my father alive, that threw me out, those people aren't in charge anymore. Just take care of what you've got to and get back here. Farewell for now, then. I'll see you soon. So I guess that means you get a second shot today. Maybe don't let me down this time, huh? Now let's move. You make the impossible look easy, Captain. And we do that... meaning that somehow we're unknowingly transporting them with us as we travel. Kill some settlers minding their own business on the far edge of space? I picked something up for you. This is for you, Captain. I found it on our travels. You know I can't do that. I've got an assignment. Since you're the only one who knows where he is, can you speak to him? See if you can get him to cough up anything he might know. Well, I was only a kid when I found out. At the time, all I felt was confused. Sort of thing that'll keep you up at night. And the sort of thing whoever did this probably didn't expect us to uncover. They were dominated. The troopers. They were gonna kill us, right? What if these attacks weren't just freak incidents? What if they were planned? They turned on each other? That sounds like pheromonic projection. It's a type of mental control. Usually only see it in older terramorphs, though. But I think there's a place where you can start your search. You're carrying the most comprehensive collection of information on terramorphs in the known universe. If we can't pry an answer out of there, it likely doesn't exist. But I think there's a way for us to even the odds against this thing. The plant's security system. And the ones that are, well, they're giving us a chance. It's up to us to do something with it. One in the bag. Captain, mind handing that sample over to Kaiser? He'll be able to keep them viable. What do you want? Oh, I am well aware. In particular because it leaves some big questions unanswered. Let's get this over with. Just lead the terramorph into the fray and watch the fireworks. Abeo first. Then we can chat.
It's hard, but each universe is precious in its own way. Mine will never have its original you in it again, as yours won't have its real me. Take our artifacts. May you bring your judgment and wisdom into the multiverse.
Kaiser's got them in cold storage. But then, why would they help us? If we were just going to uncover their plot, wouldn't they have tried to stop us? If this is what I think it is, we can still save those guards. A pair of upstanding UC citizens named William and Astrid. They taught me what family was, and how to use the strength I was given to serve those around me. But it can't justify slaughter. Damn! They're gone! Duck and cover! Track him down. Get him to take a look at that sample, and I'll join you on Mars. And I'm sorry about that. I'm just glad you both came through it intact. But for the wanton murder of civilians, I doubt anything's off the table.
Just because they both exist here does not mean they are of one mind. Just as you and I are not the versions of each other we knew before.
Actually, that problem's already been dealt with. You waiting for something? Just give those samples to Kaiser. They require highly specific materials to test against. Ve Victus.
He's in the newest member already, Vlad?
I've already got the kill lane set up on my end. Once they've got juice, just lead the morph to one of them, and they'll hit it with everything they've got. What are you doing? EM fire, Captain! So if we're gonna find what we need anywhere, it's there. The enemy ship's down a weapon! Thank you again for getting this drop-off done. I really hope it wasn't too much trouble in the end. No, Lazarus plants can't grow anywhere but here, let alone blossom. People have tried.
Then we agree. The ceasefire holds for now. We will remain to answer your questions until you leave this ship.
They turned on each other. That sounds like pheromonic projection. It's a type of mental control. Usually only see it in older terramorphs, though. You swore. You were just doing your duty, weren't you? The sample, did you find it? It seems awfully implausible. I hope that thing's well calibrated. People have been making dragons out of unfamiliar species as long as there's been people. But the Aciles are a known quantity. We don't need to fear them. Our weapons need repairing, Captain!
Meaning you need to get a safe distance before you blow it to smithereens.
But they've already been spread far and wide once before when the UC was raising them as livestock, so the risk of introducing them to new worlds is minimal. And then I realized all confronting him now would prove is that he still has some sway over my life. Attacked civilian ships during the colony war. Add to that a toxic atmosphere and the general lawlessness that comes with any Freestar world, and that planet's got more than enough ways to make a visit your last. This one, though, shows none of that aging. It's like it just came out of nowhere. Fully formed. Just like the ones that destroyed Londinian. Steam tunnels it is.
It needs to be tuned to its target's mass, though. Our terramorph looked like a pretty standard specimen, so I think the frequency you'll want is 185.3.
Need my help? Now please go check in with your commander. Life in the galaxy may well depend on it. They attacked their own? So what we're proposing is putting things back the way they were. Come on, I want you to see it in person.
I can't imagine the amount of work it took to deploy the Lazarus plant off-world. Strange to go to all that trouble and not state your reasons.
Focus on the morph!
Now please, go do what you have to get that sample in the right hands. Life in the galaxy may depend on it. The Cabinet's already got a plan in place to make sure attacks like this never happen again.
Let's do this!
This information, then, about the research team and Kaiser. I'm presuming that all came from my father? Look, with that thing on the move, my advice, avoid direct engagement.
Have something for me? I usually try to keep a low profile in Freestar Collective cities.
Plus, I don't think you're gonna have to push real hard to get folks on board with cleaning up one of the galaxy's greatest pests if this is what they're capable of. So if Orlais is our man, where is he? Did you manage to bring him in? But, and this part's exciting, the terramorph data suggests Aseles were first found there. The planet it's on, Toliman 2, was their homeworld.
The enemy's lost a weapon!
The Cabinet can secure the Lazarus plant, and then we're not risking any surprises when it comes to dealing with a microbe. I'm as shocked as you are. Hell, one PhD candidate suggested their long gestation was them storing up to make grav jumps, all by themselves.
Now the turrets... looks like they're armed, but powered down. Each building's going to need to be restarted individually. Look for breaker boxes.
The captain is normally a trustworthy source.
I can't see it!
Give it hell, Vanguard. If there is a chance that could happen again, the UC needs to know.
Shoot to disable! Fire!
But I think I remember a place where you can start your search. My entire unit, they threw us all to the wolves, but kept him? And now he's what, an advisor? Commanding the fleet in secret? The microbe's been way above expected efficacy in our trials. These terramorphs aren't going to know what hit them.
Just go down, will ya?
The theory is that they're spread by some kind of egg or seed that's able to evade our detection.
This plan, we can't do it without you. So before we go any further, I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Really special. There's no better feeling than finding somewhere to belong. That's what the Red Devils were to me. A family to fight beside.
He was actually the one who told me about the Red Devils. Man, he was so jealous when I joined up. He always talked about following me one day. How? I need to know how he knew.
Glad we made it out of there in one piece.
Well, thank you. It's nice knowing I've got people in my corner. But if he's been out there on his own all this time, you're gonna need something. I wouldn't be shocked to find out our team, in part, inspired the approach. But our group never dealt with something that could have an effect like this.
Shit. Well, if you didn't have its attention before...
So on our end, good news. The microbe and the Aseles are both as effective against heat leeches as they are against terramorphs.
Unfortunately, you didn't.
Take care of yourself. No telling who might be involved. So, you ready to head in there? It was set up post-colony war to house research both sides agreed should be banned.
Have you reconsidered? Will you take the sample to Jacob Halliday on Mars?
Nerva died when I was 3, and I've never been able to find Auralia. But Antonius and I were close, and Trajan... It's not like that. You need to be here. You're the only other eyewitness. What you say up there matters. There are probably some fascinating plants in this area. I'll make sure we're ready to put that machine to use as soon as you've got them. These creatures, they've been a slow-moving plague, haunting human-settled worlds for generations. Captain, you're the reason we're all here right now. You're the person I think can help us finish it. Will you join us on this? There's toxins in the atmosphere. We're going to need our suits. It's all right, Sergeant. Your people likely saved the city with what they did here today. But attacking their own city to... what? Acquire some data from the archives? I don't believe the UC's capable of something that cruel. At least, not anymore. See you. Maybe. But Ecliptic couldn't take on the whole UC military. Why would they pick a fight like that?
Now stay alert, stay alive, and make sure there's enough creature left for me to get my sample.
Older model, but it'll do. I get this loaded up. Okay. Still as ugly at the micro level as they are at the macro level. No, it's not that. You just caught me by surprise. I figured I'd be at the TMD for the long haul. He'll be able to encode safeguards against mutation in the agent's genetics, so that they stick to the task of cleaning up terramorphs. Someone told, huh?
And they found it a match. Now, one settlement has already been lost to this threat.
The number of lives this might save. I understand. Well, the security outpost's in the middle of the facility. Whenever you're ready, you can head right there.
Well, it's possible that he could be the original for this universe. The fact that he led you to our council makes me believe he's Starborn, yes.
But it is real good to have you here again. We've been going through the terramorph data and, well, we're gonna need all the help we can get.
You're joking. That's the problem. I'll talk to them myself if need be.
We can rest after we've debriefed.
No, that's insane. He died. They executed him. I saw it.
This city's full of Freestar Rangers. Watch my back, will you?
Damn. Lost it.
That's fine by me. I'm plenty busy here, and I don't know if I'm ready to leave Mars yet. Good luck out there. Stay safe. Let's find that rifle. A microbe. So he fed you bullshit. Not surprising.
The enemy destroyed one of our weapons.
Suit yourself. Walk in the park, right?
Ready for a fight?
President wants us. I'm glad you told me about, well, you know. I'd rather know than not.
Captain, what say you and I discuss a few items outside?
This equipment, it's not set up to do a proper analysis of our sample. But this terramorph being here, of all places, it doesn't make sense. Just glad we could rise to the occasion.
You won't get away this time.
Roger that. We'll discuss when we're done.
It's dead, right?
Did I mention how damn glad I am you dropped onto this rock? Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
I suppose my sentiment for you remains, even after all the universes I've crossed.
Do what you have to. We'll be here.
Only the cabinet can help us access it now.
Here, let me take some of that. We'd be honored, ma'am. If that's a joke, I'm not laughing. But if we can convince the cabinet to help us access that data, it'll give us the tools we need to decipher what exactly this sample might mean. Yes? He saw the potential of the Lazarus plant as a weapon, and he condemned all these people. Is that everything?
No, having to toil for years at some crummy job in New Atlantis to earn your stripes.
You don't need to. The cabinet would never let me enter the archives in a million years. It'd be political suicide. To each their own. Still remember my ceremony. 19 years old, standing on the front deck of Mast, looking over the city. I wish I had known. But you putting a bow on this means Percival can help us figure out how this attack happened. And maybe stop more. Were you lying earlier?
Other universes are not bargaining chips. Their fate is not a negotiation.
It's hope. Exactly. It sounds like we need to deal with this terramorph so we can get back to figuring out what is going on. Percival will give you the full story. Well, there's no real way to know until we're out there. But a shipping yard means lots of short sight lines and tight corners. Captain, I guess we've got our assignments. I just wanted to say, I haven't seen another Red Devil since the end of the Colony War. It's been a lonely couple of decades. Well, it's something the cabinet can hopefully investigate as they delve into this.
Okay. I've reset the turrets, but it looks like they still need power. I'll track down where that's handled.
We'll meet outside the cabinet chamber.
How dare you!
You show your true nature at last. Very well.
No, just pre-mission jitters. Probably haven't shaken Tau Ceti and New Atlantis out of my system totally. I'll be fine. He really said that? But I can't. Is that something you really want? Let's do it.
The Unity. You are on the path to it. It is a place, a gateway. It is where we were reborn.
In practical terms, whoever holds the artifacts, whether I give mine to you, is what I will need to decide.
And for that, we need a corpse. But I'm still curious. How did Orlays, of all people, find out about the Lazarus plant? Captain, I was hoping to stretch my legs. My God. Look at it. Lazarus in bloom.
You know, we might be some of the only...
Let's move.
I'm sure he did. But he killed dozens of people. And I'm not about to let him get away with something like that. Something's moving out there.
Make sure his future schemes and machinations stay in his cell with him. My father. Everything I do, he's right there. You're the only other person in the settled systems who knows the gravity of what we're facing. But before I go begging you for more help, I want to make sure you understand what I'm asking here.
And while I'd love to believe that that's impossible, we've got definitive evidence for exactly none of it, so we can't completely rule it out.
Percival and I have done our damage. This is us starting to put some things right.
There's no need to be afraid of this data being weaponized.
Helping protect the colonies like this? I wouldn't be surprised if you could parlay that into full UC citizenship. There's a place called the Sixth Circle in Sidonia. Bar run by some old friends. Once I'm all set, you can find me there.
The cabinet's the UC's highest governing body. The president, top military brass, scientific and diplomatic division heads.
He had his men open fire on civilian ships during the Battle of Cheyenne. Apparently, they were bloodhounds for terramorphs.
An admittedly unique hazard of our kind.
The result of the projection, though, can vary wildly. Some folks just shrug it off. Others hallucinate. That my past is less of a closed book than I thought it was.
No, not even an iota. And this is definitely not the time.
Can I help with something?
They spotted us! Looks just like the processing plant where we met on Tau Ceti, Captain. Wonder if it's got any info on where our sample might be hiding.
Shoot to disable! Don't damage the sample!
I still haven't forgiven you.
Enemies in my sights!
You remember those terramorph eaters we were talking about? The Aciles? And there are still a couple species that have been able to survive alongside the morphs, but otherwise, they've got free reign.
Oh, you're a mean one!
Yeah, I miss him and Kaiser plenty. But this is what Percival wanted from me. And I'm grateful to him.
We carry them with us somehow, but no one has found the mechanism.
I could have never guessed where all this was going to lead.
Time to show off those piloting skills.
He must have angered some gossipy parent, which, given his bedside manner, seems effectively guaranteed.
Now, there is another option for removing the terramorphs from our worlds. It's faster, maybe even more efficient, but riskier.
Enemy weapons online again!
We have used its light to determine where we should meet ever since. When the Starborn discussed the hunt, we do it here.
Precisely. Thank you, Commander. I understand why you did what you did. And I guess I forgive you.
We could even design it to simply sterilize the terramorphs, halt the spread without the killing.
The risks should be manageable, but they won't be non-existent. An invisible weapon. Better hope Chasm Bass never goes extinct. There'd be riots in the streets. I know we're asking a lot here, but is it clear what we're trying to do?
But normally it takes dozens of years for that first terramorph to appear, if it appears at all.
All right, back online.
The kill lanes. They're set up but need power. There's breakers on each of the buildings you can throw to get them live.
I don't think we can do this without him.
No other robot in the galaxy like him. So did you really manage to track him down?
But this Lazarus plant, it speeds up that process. Mature terramorphs. In an instant.
The hell'd you get to now?
The ship can't take another hit like that!
There's only one place we know that has the materials we need to make these plans happen. Londinian. So I guess there's nothing else to do but get this all in front of the cabinet. Unless there were other things we needed to discuss. If that's possible, I've only seen one other tissue sample like this. From Londinian. The world terramorphs destroyed. Vevictus knew. Now it's up to you to find out what he did with that knowledge.
Hey, up here. Either I got hit harder than I thought, or you have got some incredible timing.
Absolutely. But where do we begin? How do we stop a creature this pervasive?
It's the only known loss of that scale, but it's the reason why any change in our relationship with these creatures needs to be taken very seriously.
Captain, we could still use your help, but I want to make sure it's clear what I'm proposing.
That is the unity. It is a doorway to an infinite number of realities. Through it, we are reborn.
Captain, I guess we've got our assignments. Look, even despite, whatever that was back there with telling us it was Orlays. I just wanted to say, I'm worried about the hazard warnings I'm getting around here. It should. You risked life and limb to earn it. It means there's a threat to every human-colonized planet in the galaxy. One that has to be stopped. Watch it! There are civilians around.
Once the Hunter's artifacts are in your hands, you'll finally be worthy of entering the Unity.
No argument here. Heat leeches. They're one of the most successful pests in the known universe. Their weapons busted!
You know, you might have made a pretty good Red Devil, Captain. We live for wise asses. Just look how far Jacob got.
So you know where he is. That's amazing. That's what it sounded like. It's not a plant in sight. This would be a tough place to survive. Which is important, because we did some cross-referencing in the Terramorph data. On worlds where Aseles were present, Terramorphs weren't. I'm gonna go check in with Chief Engineer Kulkarni, start getting a plan together for that data. We'll find a good use for this. I steer clear of Freestar Collective cities in general. Too many memories.
Orlays? That's not what we discussed.
Think you can take me?
I get this wasn't the plan, but it's important. If you're heading back to New Atlantis, it won't even be out of your way.
Lou, that's more consideration than I'd have given him. And likely more than he deserves. But I suppose we can hope. So, did you turn up anything on the attacks? Any idea who might have been involved? Roger that. Decides to use the plant against the people that destroyed his old life. I can see that. All paths lead to Londinian. You might want to avoid mentioning you're with the UC on Nera. I wouldn't expect Mr. Alonso and his crew to be fans. Come on, the cabinet's going to want our report, but that wound's healed over some. I'm proud of what we've built at the TMD. It feels good to right some of my old wrongs. Come find me when you're done. It's not an easy decision to make, that's for sure. Found them! It certainly does, but I do appreciate the sentiment. This may only be the beginning.
And I am sorry we have not always been forthcoming.
If you can get to the security outpost and grant me remote access, I can try and get it back online. See if there are any other tools the settlers left for us.
Captain and I can scout it out.
He didn't raise me, and he's barely been involved in my life. I didn't even think that much about him until his trial after the Colony War.
I had no one when I was outside the UC. No Red Devils, no family.
These are people's lives we're dealing with here. You need to be a lot more careful once we're down there.
Because I need a tissue sample to figure out exactly how this thing got here. And I know at this point, it's not giving one up while it's alive.
A battlefield? On Nera?
Stay out of my head!
Yet you still want the artifacts for yourself.
You can do this. Go.
What's happening? Captain, are you seeing this? They'll have gear there, but if I were you, I'd bring something with some stopping power. Just in case.
Folks from Mars aren't the friendliest, but we're as loyal as they come.
Kaiser? Percival, everything green on your ends?
Do you have any new orders for me?
Suppose it does.
We don't need to be introduced. Here's your money.
Being on the cutting edge of science is hard work.
So, the deputy and I, along with Chief Engineer Kulkarni, we were discussing the best place for our research to be done. Well, we'd still be using the microbe to trigger the desired result, so it's got all the same risks as wiping them out does.
You can't expect to just drop a bomb like that.
But I am grateful to be here. Leaving the TMD behind was the right decision. I hate to admit it, but you and Percival were right. Now we just need our Terramorph cells and we can blow this icebox. Percival, ready for another scan? That old bag of bones? What's there to miss about him? Our first day working together, he said there was no way a kid could keep up with him in the lab. I had him eating his words by the end of my first week.
We both need to be armed. This might go badly.
I wish I'd known. But you putting a bow on this means Jacob can help us figure out what's happening with the attacks.
Finish with Percival, then we can discuss. I could have never guessed where all this was going to lead.
A junkie friend of yours? Please tell me you're not cooking drugs now.
That old robot's been out there for a long time, so I guarantee he's gonna need some repairs.
No.
Can you see it? I wouldn't engage directly if you can avoid it.
Hey, your call what you share and what you don't. You know, To become a Red Devil, you have to do hard labor in the mines of Mars. And when you're down there, the only people you can trust are your fellow miners. That's exactly right. Let's move. The settled systems are counting on us. That's spectacular.
The tuner appears to be on top of the building next to you. If it were me, I'd start with that.
Nice to see the place hasn't fallen apart without me.
So, what have we got here? Too clean to be one of the settlers. Or a pirate. You see on patrol, maybe. Make my day if you said you were a shock trooper out for a stroll.
Here, to open the way.
I'm sorry to hear that. Those sorts of missions are always tough. Something we could aerosolize, release into the atmosphere of a planet, and let it deal with the terramorphs for us. Indeed. Which means relocation to Londinian could be a real option here. It's been an honor, Captain.
Captain, we should report back to the cabinet. Let them know the terramorphs have been dealt with.
I was close with everyone in the Xenobio unit, but Percival and I have a special bond. Even if he is a huge pain in the ass.
There's a place called the Sixth Circle in Sidonia. Bar run by some old friends. I'll meet you and Percival there. That's not funny. Seriously, how'd you find them? A non-trivial amount of gene editing. We'll have a problem if you do that again. We freed them! And they're helping us! But listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier.
I will not let more universes fall under the shadow of this search. Let us end this.
I really appreciate you saying that. It's not something that I'm exactly proud of. Let's do this somewhere more private. I don't believe they are. Thanks, Captain. I wish I'd had the chance to get to know them better. Wherever they are, I hope they're resting peacefully. No, not after all this time. There aren't any bridges left between us. As far as I'm concerned, that man's dead. The Red Devils were a family. And losing family is never easy. I still think about the soldiers who never came home. Something we could aerosolize, let spread, and have it clean up anything with terramorph DNA for us, which would include morphs, and we expect their transmission method. Even if this wasn't where they came from, looks like they'll have no problem making themselves at home. The President of the United Colonies, Alexandra Abello, Chief Engineer Upsana Kulkarni, Chief Diplomat Solomon Yassin, Admiral Pasquale Logan, and Security Chief Jeremiah Sarkin. You know I'm not. And I'm not talking about my family with you anymore. But in the interim, do you think you could look into what we uncovered? See if you can turn up any information on who might have committed the attacks? He didn't raise me, so finding out didn't make a big impact. It wasn't until his trial after the Colony War that it hit home. Whose blood is in my veins? Not a bad place to start. Then it really hit home. Whose blood was in my veins? It's a 5-member panel. All right. On our way into the city. Percival, where are we heading? So what we're proposing is to remove the terramorphs from our worlds and give them one of their own. And we think we've got just the spot. Londinian. So what do you say? Will you talk to whoever sent you here about delivering this sample for me? All right. Then let's not keep them waiting.
Wait. You did it, didn't you? Heavens above, am I right? Did you just flatline a terramorph?
No, I'm not. There were 5 of us. Trajan, Nerva, Antonius, Auralia, and me. As far as I know, though, I'm the only one left alive. You heard that recording. Do you need something else? Agreed. Luckily, both Microbe or Aceles should be able to help us get a handle on the issue. I'm not going any further without my spacesuit. You shouldn't either. Miracle worker is more like it.
Jacob and I have done our damage. This is us starting to put some things right.
What? That creature. It's dominated. Must be a morph nearby, keeping it under its sway. Let's put it down!
Hopefully that control board's still kicking. Add to that general environmental devastation and the kind of lawlessness that comes with any Freestar world, and that planet's got more than enough ways to make a visit your last. No, but I am willing to try and make them a place we can be proud of. The UC that kept my father alive, that threw me out, those people aren't in charge anymore.
We just found out how terramorphs move between planets.
Biomes like this have always fascinated me.
I collected the remaining artifacts, and they opened the way to the center of my universe and the doorway to an infinite number of others.
Need a hand with something?
Part of me wonders what they will all say about what you have learned, but I will leave that to you.
Until we can build one that does clean up too, we're going to have to take the biological route.
True. By that measure, you are a success.
Or sharpen our microbes tracking skills.
You thought some more about collecting Kaiser? It's hard to believe Victus is doing this for the right reasons. But I think it'd be worth the risk. Trust me, you don't want to be breathing that air. We'd be better off in our suits. Then I guess it's just a matter of, is Londinium getting to you? Don't let it. It's just nerves. He could cover our back in the field, then house all the specimens we'd collect while we're out there. I'll watch your six, Captain.
They're antiquated death traps. Perfect for our purposes. I was in the process of rigging them as lures when the terramorph got me.
What are your orders? So what Kaiser's doing there of all places, I can only guess at.
Many versions of the Hunter I've fought in many universes, but at least this version of him might be stopped.
One that makes a heat leech into a walking tank. Now please tell me that's what you just saw too. We're not getting our data out of the Armistice archives without the UC Cabinet's help. And first, they want to talk to us. Both of us.
Thank you.
As to why our terramorph data's in there, well, I plan to get to that. You do the same. I have some room in my bag if you need a hand.
Stay alert, stay alive, and be sure to leave me enough creature to get my sample.
It's all so opulent. Almost makes you forget this is a glorified fishing platform. Hello? There's the control panel. Still looks operable. Of all the things to survive. Because of the outbreak way back during the Colony War, they've already got free run of the place. Oh, and if things get too hot out there, book it back to this building. It doesn't enter this place. Not sure why, but it's likely the only reason I'm still upright. Well, it just means a lot to me that you told me. Even when you didn't have to. Oh, they certainly picked an expert, didn't they? Yeah, I expect you do. Maybe we can make this work. Now's not the time to joke like that, all right?
We were all human once, like you. We found the artifacts, the temples, we gained power, we assembled the armillary.
Now take care of yourself out there. So, let's get back to the business at hand. I never thought I'd miss the dusty air down in the mines, but I do. Should let you keep tabs on how close the terramorph is. But it's not connected to this network. There should be a terminal in the adjoining room. Tune it to 183.5. The Lazarus plant. It's clearly an accelerant for the terramorph, a heat leach transformation process. Make one into the other in an instant. I'm right behind you. Oh, good, good. Thank you. Wherever humans colonize, 80 to 100 years later, terramorphs. Invasive, dangerous, but predictable. Now, because of their long growth cycle, no one's ever been able to prove it.
I can't. Oh, hold on. What is... Is that the sample? Shoot to disable! We need it alive!
Here, Kaiser schematics. Actuators, weapons, batteries. My colleague and I have experience with these creatures. More people would either hurt themselves or us. Both sides hoped something would decisively turn the tide, but it never did. Sentimental's pushing it. This seemed useful, that's all. And the situation we were in back on Tau Ceti, in that moment, we sure as hell didn't need any added complications.
Captain, we should report back to the cabinet. Let them know the terramorphs have been dealt with.
So if there's any chance this could be a sign of things to come, if attacks are somehow accelerating... I used to. There's a lot of blood on my hands. Right after the war ended, I felt like the galaxy would have been better off without me. They ran away.
The thralls! They're helping us! Percival, are you doing this?
What you said before, that's impossible. He's dead, right? That's really not funny. We could get some useful resources off of that. Hopefully this isn't as concerning as it seems. All wrapped up. We should go tell the sergeant what happened. We're on it, ma'am.
and the captain went to great lengths to have another party with first-hand knowledge of the Londonian sample confirm the match. Which they did.
But you don't need to worry about me. I'll be all right. Now, are we doing this or not? Guess that makes this the processing plant the commander mentioned. He clearly knows me well enough to get that this job would make me happier than working at a desk. I'm grateful that he nudged me in the right direction. They certainly were. But having this answer, well, it raises a couple big questions. And sterilization, that gets complicated. I doubt the cabinet's gonna be on board with letting anything capable of a transformation like that stick around. Terramorphs have a unique growth cycle. They're usually only found on worlds that have been long colonized by humanity. I wonder if we'll find any undiscovered species around here. I don't believe she is.